Hello and welcome to another Saturday night Stack Chat, sponsored by the all-new improved Stackers Social Discord server, the place where we like to hang out and talk about all things shiny and round. And tonight I've got the absolute pleasure of being joined by a really good friend of mine. He's a guy who's come over to the channel quite a few times. You may remember him from the 24-hour live stream we did together last October, but without any further delay, please let me welcome in the amazing Cobra Stacker. Cobra, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm good, brother. Thank you so much for having me on your channel today.
Right.
I've been looking forward to this.
Me too, mate. Me too. And it's the pleasure is all mine, my friend. It's great to have you over. I feel like it's been far too long since you've been on for a chat.
It has been a while. I mean, back in the day, we were doing a few lives on YouTube and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it's been a while.
It has. But obviously, one reason for that is you've got your own live stream every week now, haven't you? And what a incredible, fabulous job that you're doing with it, mate. Do you want to? Should we start off talking about the auctions?
Yeah, we can do. Yeah, it's been amazing. I started them off. It was all a big hobby thing, just something to keep me busy. And it exploded. It just went really well. And the whole point was to, one, bring the community together, like yourself and 365 and all that on Stackers Social. And then the other side was to bring bits from all over the world into the country, bits that people can't get hold of or can't see, and put them up for auction. And it went from once a month to once every 2 weeks to every week. And it's growing beautifully. So yeah, really pleased.
Yeah,
really enjoy doing it.
Absolutely. And I just want to say you're absolutely smashing it on both parts there. You know, not only have you created this fantastic event which everyone can come together every single Friday, have a good laugh and a chat in the live chat, but also, you know, some of the pieces that you brought in for the auction have just been absolutely fabulous. I know I've said this to you before, but I generally don't know how you're able to get so many magnificent pieces in every single week, mate. I really don't.
Well, I'm very lucky. The thing is, I'll be very honest with you, the break for it all was the Berlin Money Show, Coin Show. That's where I met so many different companies from Germany, Italy, you know, all over the world. And then I made some contacts in America. And what you find is a lot of people from these companies in Europe send a lot to America because that's the biggest market. And then America starts selling it back to us.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it goes all around the world when we get it last. But yeah, no, and I remember, I remember watching your videos from the World Money Fair. And before we go any further, I want to say a very quick hello to everybody who's in the chat. I'm sorry I didn't say hello before. I just got so excited to talk to Cobra. But thank you so much to everyone who's come across and joined us in the chat. And if you do have any questions for either myself or Cobra, feel free to pop them in the chat. If you can just put the @the_stack collector, it'll bring it up in orange for me and it make it a lot easier for me to pick it out in the chat. But otherwise, thank you so much for joining us. And yeah, going back to your videos on the Berlin Fair, I thought they were absolutely incredible. It looked so amazing. I was planning to go with you originally, wasn't I? And I was so gutted after I saw the videos that you put together.
Well, the thing was, we did the London Coin Fair together. We both met up there for the first time. And I think I was a bit more disappointed than you. There was still a lot of stuff for you, which you really enjoyed. But for me, with the collector's market and the modern numismatics, there wasn't really much there for me at all.
No, yeah.
Well, the difference between that and the Berlin Money Fair was night and day.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a massive show. And all the big mints are there. And it's incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, from what I saw on your videos, it makes the London Coin Fair look a bit like a local car boot sale. You know what I mean? So, yeah,
absolutely right.
Yeah, it does, though,
That's
doesn't
exactly how I'd compare it to a boot fair.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and you're right. There was a bit more for me, but I was still very disappointed in what was there. I did want to pick up a fair few, like you say, modern collectibles and bullion pieces, and it really was lacking in that respect. I accept what you're saying there, 100%. But not only that, you've also had a very successful trip recently, haven't you, when you went to Rome in Italy?
Yes. So I went to Rome. That was actually Mrs. Cobra Stacker bought me a little weekend away with her, and that was lovely. And Rome was beautiful in itself. And I turned round to her and I said, look, just down the road from here is Powercoin. Can we pay him a visit?
Yeah.
And she's so supportive. A lot of people might turn around and say, look, we've come away for a weekend. Can you forget about coins for a minute? But she was great. She turned around and said, yeah, absolutely. So I gave them a ring. I had a chat with them, told them a little bit about myself and asked if I could go down there. And so on the Monday, when we were coming back before the airport, we went down there and I was in a cab and I had the cab waiting outside for an hour and a half. So I don't think he was too happy, but it was incredible in there. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, no, and I'm glad he waited because it was the interview itself was absolutely, like you say, incredible. Getting to meet I assume that was the owner of Poundcoins. Is that correct? Or
yes,
yeah,
yes. I met himself and his team, and they were incredible. So welcoming, so nice, and they showed me so much. The funny thing is, when I reached the front door, I rang the buzzer. And some guy came down and he goes, sorry, the public aren't allowed in here. And I said, oh, I've organised a meeting. And then I was welcomed in. So it's not a shop front. It's not a shop at all. It's actually their offices and where they store the stuff and all that lot. So you can't just go and visit them. So I'm glad I found them prior to turning up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And just in case anyone wasn't aware, we're referring to a video that's on Cobra's channel where he sits down with the owner of Powercoins. They go through some absolutely stunning pieces and have a good old little chat / interview. So I highly recommend, if you haven't seen that video as of yet, to head over to Cobra's channel and give that a check out because it really is a great video. But we've had our first question from Silver Punk, and I'm actually quite surprised because it's not the first question he usually puts in. But what he said is, question for Cobra: if he could only buy from one mint or producer from the rest of your life, who would it be and why? What a great question.
Oh, incredible question. Really hard. But I'd have to first take it down to two, and that'd be the Perth Mint or Newey. And then and that's really hard because Perth Mint do some absolutely fabulous pieces, but I would probably go towards Newey in the end, the New Zealand Mint, because they do loads of different things, and I don't know, it's incredibly hard. There's also Today Limited with all the stackables, 2-ounce stackables, which I absolutely love as well. So very hard to bring it down to one. In fact, it would be Perth Mint, Newey, or Today Limited, and then Newey would probably just pip it at the post. They're all incredible.
Yeah, no, they are all great mints. I might throw Scottsdale in there as well because they do some great pieces as well. But
yeah, they do.
Like you say, it would be so difficult, wouldn't it, just to choose one? But no, I'm with you 100%. I think the Newey Mint, or I think it's the New Zealand Mint they predominantly work with these days, isn't it? They're doing some great work on some of the collectible pieces they're knocking out at the moment. The Perth Mint are just, producing some incredible pieces as well, like the Kookaburra series, the Quackers, the Dragon Coins. So yeah, no, absolutely. Great answer to a great question there. Well said. I can see we've had a few more people join us. Our good friend Coin Noob is here as well. He's considering going out to the next Berlin Fair, isn't he, Coin Noob?
Well, absolutely, and that would be an absolute honour to meet him and go out there. But I would say to anyone who could do it, go out to the Berlin Money Fair. Really, 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 it will open your eyes up to a whole new world of collectibles and semi-numismatics, everything. It's just all there. So really, anyone who can go, come. We'll all link up and we'll all have a little party.
Yeah, and I feel that there's going to be a good group of people going out next time because I've spoke to McDonald Bullion as well, and I think he said he'd be interested in going as well. So there could be a great little posse out next year at the Berlin Fair, and like you said,
Well,
sorry, mate, go on.
We stayed at a really nice hotel, which wasn't far from the actual show, only a short cab ride away, but it wasn't so close that it was mega busy in that hotel and all that lot because everyone was there. So I'd happily give anyone details of that hotel if they'd like to join us. And yeah, I promise you, you will not be disappointed. Anyone who comes along will not be disappointed.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I generally get that impression from what I saw of not just your videos, but I think it was CPM and BYB you met up with last time, wasn't it?
Yep, that's it. So myself and CPM had said we were going to go, and then we organised with Backyard Bullion as well, and we linked up with him out there, which was great. And we'd go to the show, we'd all separate our own ways, link up here and there, buy loads of bits and pieces, meet up in the hotel at the end, and sort of sit in a bar and look at all the bits we had bought and chat about different. It was great. It was absolutely great from beginning to end.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's make next year even better. You know what I mean? But we've been asked there by Luke. He wants to see some of your gold, mate. If that's all right.
Yeah, absolutely. What would you like to have a look at? I mean, let's have a look. So in front of us here, we've got 2 dragon bars, and I want to collect all the dragon bars. So they run from 2018 till present, one a year. My favourite coin of all time, as many of you know, is the Completer coin. And then I graded, or slabbed, sorry, the Year of the Snake over there for obvious reasons. We've got the kookaburras down here. I've got the last one coming in, so I've got the whole set now, and every year I'll carry on collecting. We've got a beautiful 1 ounce Geiger there.
Nice.
Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, what sort of bits would he like to see?
Well, he's just said, can you ask Cobra to show us his gold? So I'm guessing just a nice old mix.
Okay, we got an African elephant, African wildlife elephant there. I've got all the Tudor Beasts so far. And I'm collecting all the Queen's Beasts as well. So they're all building up slowly. Yeah, I mean, for me, I love gold. And I will just carry on collecting as much as I can. I've got plenty of sovereigns and all that. I've got this one I really like as well. We've got the Una and the Lion there.
Nice.
Gorgeous. So for me, gold is my main thing. I'll always try and pick up more and more gold. But silver's very important in my collection as well. And with the gold, I do have sovereigns, and I do have, Britannias and all that lot, which are important to have. But, I mean, just straight up sovereigns are beautiful in themselves. Not sovereigns, sorry, Britannia there. I'm trying to get it in the camera.
That's right. Yeah, that's all right. A little bit lower, maybe.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I mean, so, it's great to pick up those pieces, and I absolutely understand what people talk about with CGT, especially with gold, because with the prices going up, if you sell a few pieces, you're going to hit that threshold. But I also like the collectability of different things, so I just can't let myself stick with Britannias and sovereigns. I have to get other bits and pieces from all over the world. And yeah, I mean, just gold's beautiful, isn't it?
It is.
It's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, it is. Now, a great point there. I saw a comment from Mick earlier on about if he could only buy from one place, it would be the Royal Mint because they're CGT free. And just picking up further on that, what are your thoughts on CGT? Because, like you say, at the moment you've got to sell a fair bit to pay CGT, but that's only the case until they continue to bring it down. Do you think we'll see a point in the near future where CGT allowance will be zero?
Well, look, I mean, we can only look at what governments do, and that is tax us as much as they can and take as much of our money as they can.
Yeah.
So, yes, absolutely, I can see maybe in the future them halving it. I mean, what are we at the moment, 6,000?
No, it didn't. It went to the 3,000 this April, didn't it?
Oh, there you go. There you go. So we're at 3,000 already. So when you're selling silver, it's the profit that you're looking at. It's not, if you sell £3,000 worth of silver, that's not going to tax you. What's going to tax you is how much profit you made on that silver. So you can sell a fair amount of silver without worrying about CGT. The problem comes with gold because, especially when I started grabbing gold in this way, in bullion, we were at, even down to 1478 upwards. So if I sold one piece now, I'd be making £300-400 profit. So it's only going to take 8 ounces of gold that I sell to actually go over that threshold. So gold, I think you have to be a bit more careful with. Silver, I don't think you need to worry too much unless you're looking at selling a big quantity in one go. But yeah, I mean, the government will do what they can to take our money whenever they can.
Yeah. No, I think you're absolutely right there, and I think it was only what 2-3 years ago. It was £12,000, wasn't it? And then it went down to 6,000. Now it's at 3,000 as of this year. So I agree with what you're saying. It's got to the point now where you're already starting to look at it for gold. Because you haven't got to sell that much until you start paying it, and it's not going to be that long until the allowance is so low that it may affect people selling silver as well. So I definitely think that's going to be something to look at going forwards, because the way we've seen it go over the last few years, it does indicate to me it's only a matter of time now until there's no allowance, or it's something like £1,000 or something like that.
Yeah, totally agree. So Mick is right. If you're thinking long term and you're buying at this time, and in 10 years time you might want to sell something, well, one, the price of gold and silver would have gone up, and two, they might have taken away the allowance, and therefore those CGT free coins are a good thing if you're just looking at stacking purely. For me, I think I've got a slightly different outlook on things, but everyone has to make their decisions according to what their intentions are.
100%. Well said, mate. 100%. Yeah, I definitely think the longer you've been doing it, the more you've become more of a bit of a collector, haven't you, than just a pure stacker. You like to get your nice pieces, don't you?
I think you'll find that 90% of people who start off stacking move into different fields. So when I first started, all I bought was Britannias, and then I bought the Queen's Beast. So I was just stacking. It was really about getting bulk in and all that sort of stuff. Well, I soon got bored of that, and it changed, and I started going into semi-numismatic coins, and then it just exploded into everything else. So yeah, I made sure I had my base stack of silver, which I just keep, and I know I've got that amount in the safe, and that's my rainy day fund, and then the rest is all fun really now.
Yeah, no, I can understand that, and I think you're right about 90% people, coming into more collectible pieces. We've had a couple of questions in the chat. One from Luke we've already gone through, because he asked, do you even think there'll be any CGT allowance in the future? So we've just discussed that anyway. But Mick said, and I like the first part here, he said, nobody calls Cobra Stacker anymore. That's fame. And his question is, I know, I love it. Absolutely agree, though. And do you have any platinum pieces?
All right. Well, the first thing is, listen, I am one of the boys out there. There's no fame to me at all. So call me what you like. I really don't care. Platinum? No. I haven't got any platinum. I don't know if that's a mistake on my part, or it's just the way I feel about things. I was brought up with gold, literally brought up with gold. We were always taught as kids, look, always buy gold, keep gold, all that sort of stuff. And I look at platinum, and I understand totally. It's a totally different metal. It has a very good value to it. It used to be more valuable than gold at one point. And the scarcity and rarity of it is that way as well. But to me, it just looks like silver. So, it's really a view from a side of, do I like it? Not a view from the side of, is it a good thing to invest in? Which it may well be, and I don't know enough. But no, I don't have any platinum, and I don't really have any intention of getting anything.
No, and I think that's the norm, isn't it? I'm certainly the same, mainly for the reasons you've given there yourself. Visually, because I'm buying these things to collect, to have them. It looks too much like silver. When you can buy something that looks very, very similar for a fraction of the price. So I definitely agree with you there. I think a lot of the people that buy platinum pieces, it's because they think there's a lot of potential.
Absolutely, and there quite possibly is, because, as I say, back in the day, platinum was more valuable than gold. It's lost that at the moment. It's lost its position there. So there may be more scope in platinum now than there was before for it to rise. But it's not for me. It really isn't for me.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Good answer there. I can see that we've got APM in the chat with us. APM, it's always great to have you here, buddy. Thank you so much.
Mr.
Absolutely. I'm missing his content, aren't you? I think it's been too long since he did a video. He's got to get one up.
I agree, but I know he's been a very busy boy.
Yeah.
I do chat to him on the phone every so often and just catch up. But I know he's been very busy. But yeah, we do miss you. Get back in there, do some content when you get time, bro.
Absolutely. When you've got the chance, we all do miss you. So as soon as possible, mate. Coin Noob said, I just started stacking, but I definitely quickly moved into collecting. I was the exact same. As soon as I started stacking, I kind of realised that I was going to have to get different pieces, like the different series coins, different world bullion coins. I wouldn't be able to stick to just getting the Britannias and nothing else, which I know a lot of people enjoy just stacking one thing, and there's nothing wrong with that if that's what you're doing. But I'm a bit of a I'm just a bit of a collector at nature in general, if you know what I mean. Like, I've got loads of different things throughout the house. If I see something that's interesting, if I'm at a market or anything like that, I'll definitely pick it up. I can see we've got a question here from Silverpunk. He said, question for Cobra. Does he have much art hand poured silver, if any? So I'm guessing that's the kind of stuff that Silverpunk would do.
Well, Silverpunk, I've seen some of your stuff and I think it's absolutely fabulous. I haven't got much poured silver. This is one piece I love because I'm a diver. Oh, here it comes.
I like it. Hammerhead.
Yeah. Which is beautiful. I absolutely love it. But I'll be very honest with you, bro. I don't have much poured silver, and I don't really go for it a lot. Now, again, it's all about taste, nothing else. I like that perfected silver, that sort of real shiny, nice silver. And with poured silver, though you can get some amazing stuff made, and especially I think I saw with Silverpunk and yourself, he had a what are they called? Those things that make the model of whatever, so he can make a mold.
Yes, yeah, he sent me the actual print off, didn't he? Yeah.
So it means that he can actually make pretty much anything he wants, which is amazing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've got a lot of respect for all the silver pourers out there because they're artists. They really know what they're doing. They make some beautiful stuff. But me personally, no, I haven't got much.
Yeah, no, fair.
I've got a couple of bits.
Fair enough. I'm the same myself. I think most of what I've got is the minted stuff. But, Silverpunk, he makes some fantastic pieces. I'm really into the stuff that Silverpunks make, just purely because it's my kind of stuff. He does a lot of horror film inspired pieces, video game inspired pieces, and like the floppy disk he did as well. I'm into all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And I think his stuff's great. But there's some other fantastic pourers out there as well, and I can understand people enjoying that kind of thing. I really can. And yeah, it's, there's some, like you say, mate, there's some really fabulous pieces out there. But just like yourself, I tend to prefer more the minted stuff. But definitely, I'm definitely.
I tell you what, I would like to do though, Silverpunk, link up with me somehow, and I'd like to commission you to make me something.
Oh, here we go.
And I won't say what it is now, but we'll bring it out and show it at some point. But hopefully, if Silverpunk's up for it, I'll commission him to make me a piece.
Oh, sounds very exciting. I can't wait to find out more on that one. But Punk, get at Cobra so we can find out what he's referring to there. We've got a question here from Baron Vamsky. He said, has Cobra bought any silver items to sell on that he was thinking, I do not think these will sell, and was right, have been collecting dust. I mean, one thing I will say from knowing Cobra and speaking to Cobra, I know for a fact there's been things that he's bought and thought, do I want to sell this or do I want to put this into my collection? And there's been a few things that you found it very difficult to sell, hasn't there? But no, like that.
Well, that's.
Sorry, mate. Yeah, no,
that's one of the biggest issues.
Yeah.
Sorry, bro.
No. I was pretty much finished. I was going to say but has there been anything that you?
One of my biggest issues is that I get pieces in, and one of the biggest joys for me is I get to hold and see pieces that I never would have otherwise if I wasn't doing what I'm doing. And so, yes, sometimes I have to nick it and just. I now, because I'm a limited company, I actually have to pay for the stuff. So to keep all the records straight, if I want to nick something, I've got to buy it from myself or buy it from the company. But yes, is the honest answer. I was persuaded in a phone call one night by one of my members to buy chibies.
Okay.
All right. And I turned around. I have always said I hate chibies, don't like them, don't want to sell them. And I've got quite a good eye of what I want to sell and what will go well. And this person turned around and said, no, chibies are amazing. You can sell them anywhere. They're so collectible and all this lot. And will you get me a data, which is really hard to get? So off I went to all my wholesalers and had a little chat. And I bought in 10 chibies, and one being the data. And then I forgot who I had the conversation with. So I can't even remember to give him the data. But yeah, I can't sell them.
Yeah.
No one wants them. And I don't blame them. I don't like them. But yeah, chibies.
There we go.
But there are some pieces occasionally which are really nice, but price point might be very high because a lot of the stuff I bring in has a very high premium, and then you have the postage and you have the customs and all this. And I think that's why a lot of the big dealers do not stock these items because they are expensive to bring in. But if you are into that and you have that sort of money spare, they're great pieces to have, but they're not for everyone. I say all the time, some of these highly collectible pieces are not for everyone, but they are absolutely gorgeous. And at least by bringing them in and having the channel live, everyone can enjoy it and see these pieces.
Yeah, no, well said. I mean, a lot of the times they are collector's pieces. And, you know, you've got to be into that kind of thing, haven't you? Because otherwise, you know, if you're just looking to buy it as a piece of silver, there's much cheaper pieces of silver out there. You've got to know what you're getting into and know what.
Absolutely.
Yeah, 100%. We've had another question from Ren Starks. We'll quickly go over it again, but we were talking about it a bit earlier because he's asked what our thoughts are of platinum. So just to recap what we were saying earlier, we both think it's potentially a good investment, but for us, it's just a little bit too similar to silver, which we're already stacking. So it's not something either myself or Cobra's got. Well, I haven't got any. Have you got any at all, platinum?
I haven't.
No,
I haven't got any at all, and I have no intention of buying any. But as I say, from a investment point of view, I can't give you any idea of whether it's good or bad because I actually have no knowledge about it at all, and it doesn't appeal to me. So yeah.
I think when it comes to platinum as an investment, I think it's quite a speculative investment, isn't it? It's what it could possibly do in the future, like you said yourself earlier. You know, in the past it's been worth more than gold, so maybe it could again in the future. But it's all completely speculative, and it's not based on any actual, you know, any knowledge of what's going to happen with platinum, is it? You know what I mean? It's just something that's been worth higher than gold in the past and could maybe be worth higher than gold in the future because it is rarer than gold. But personally, I don't know. I think now gold is going to stay at a higher price than platinum. What are your thoughts on that?
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. I think gold has got its position. I think it will stay higher. But as I say, you see, gold has got many more uses as well, jewelry-wise as well. Platinum used to be very popular, and then people were sort of they came off it. It was the same sort of reason. Like, why am I buying something that looks like silver that costs a hell of a lot more than gold? So that market dwindled away. And then if you look at the world and where the gold is bought for jewelry, you know, India is a massive place for jewelry in India, for jewelry in gold, but not in platinum at all.
Yeah.
And so you've got to look at markets and where the gold is being bought and what it's being used for.
Yeah, 100%. So yeah, I hope that answers your question, Ren. And just a reminder, if anyone else does have any questions, just pop them in the chat and we'll be more than happy to answer anything you've got, won't we? Because I know you're very much like me, aren't you? You're quite into the, you know, the little bit weird and wonderful kind of things, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Numismatic has made a very, very good point. Sometimes the premium goes up more on the collectible pieces than on base metal, and it's true. If you look here, we've got the three goddesses. So you've got Freya, Sigyn, and Goldwig. Now, these were released by the Germanium Mint, 2-ounce cast bars with beautiful prints on them of these three goddesses. Now, when Freya first came out, it was about 80 to £100 to buy it. Now you're looking at paying 250 to 300 for the 1 2 ounce cast bar.
Yeah.
The release of Sigyn then came out, and you were looking at 160 to 180, now worth 220. And Gulwig has just come out, selling for about 180 starting, and going up from there. So she's absolutely right.
Yeah.
Numis is absolutely right. Some of these bits, if you choose right and you choose carefully, and first of the series, low mintages, which mint they're from, there's many factors.
Yeah.
The price can go up extraordinary, but the danger is there are a lot of pieces which may not. So you have to be aware of these things and be very careful in what you're doing with it, and understand the market quite well.
Yeah, well said there, mate. That is very well said. It's the world of numismatics. You know, you can make a lot more money through numismatic value than you can through an investment value, because there's no top end when it's a collectible. If it's popular enough, if it's low enough mintage, if there's enough people out there wanting to buy it, you know, you can see things sell for a lot of money. But just like you've said yourself, sorry. Like you said yourself, you know, the risk is it can go either way, can't it? You can spend a lot of money for a collectible item, hold on for it for a couple of years, find out it's come out of popularity and lost a lot of its you know, so, you know, like you said yourself, it's a bit of a double-edged sword, but like Numis Nutter said, you know, there's definitely a lot of things, like, you know, the example I go to all the time is my Kew Gardens 50p. It's not even a precious metal, it's made out of copper nickel, but just because it's a collector's item and it's so popular, it's worth up to 400 quid now, you know what I mean? So it really does show, you know, collectability can massively outweigh, you know, just basic stacking items, but it's not always a given, and you can end up losing money on a lot of things. I know a lot of the silver proofs I bought directly from the Royal Mint, I know for a fact I've lost money on them, you know what I mean, because, you know, you see them on eBay selling for less than the cost to buy new all the time, but then, you know, every now and again a piece that will come up where it'll go out of stock in the Royal Mint, and the price will just keep going up and up and up because it gets harder and harder to get hold of. So, you know, just like you said very well yourself, mate, it's you know, it swings and roundabouts when it comes to that kind of things. But we've had a question for you from McDonald Bullion here. He's wanting to know, what's the plans going forward for your channel? Where do you see yourself this time next year with the auctions, etc.?
Well, I think the auctions are growing rapidly. I have to take it to the next level, maybe not straight away, but I really feel that I'm trying to make contact and wholesale deals with the mints directly. So with the Perth Mint, with New Zealand Mint, Germania Mint, etc. And I'm making some progress in some of them. So I really want to be able to bring in everything that people want at a superb price, compared to it being shipped from the mints to America and then to us. So if I can get it all directly from the mints, that would be absolutely brilliant. I think if it grows much more, which I believe it will, because it is such a fun night, and there's many people who don't buy but actually come along and just enjoy being there for the night and seeing all the pieces and chatting, which is great. I think if it keeps growing the way it is, I have to employ Mrs. Cobra Stacker, and she's going to help me. And I'll give you a little bit of news, which, look, I'm not going to say this is going to happen. There are many ideas I've got. My brain works 10 to the dozen. I would like to open a shop at some point. Now, I'm not saying it's in the next year or 6 months or 2 years, but I would like to open a shop which sells all of this type of stuff. So anything from bullion, gold and silver, going up to semi-numismatic coins, and going up to the collectible stuff, and have the whole display there of beautiful bits from all over the world. So I'd love to do that, and it wouldn't be just a little backyard shop. I would like it in a shopping centre or something like that, where it's got good footfall, and people can see it and they can enjoy it, and really sort of, again, bringing the attention to the people out there of what's out there.
Yeah, no, that would be absolutely incredible, and we need more of that in the UK anyway. So I think that's a fabulous idea, mate, and I hope to see that come to fruition very soon, buddy. I really do, because, you know, I drive down to come and visit you in the shop.
I'd be a dream. It would be a dream. I'd love it. I so enjoy what I'm doing now. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've been 32 years in security and running pubs and all that, and I've loved every minute of it. But I'm getting a bit older, so I need to slow down in some of the things I do. But I absolutely would love to do what I said.
No, that would be fantastic, mate. It really would. So, fingers crossed on that one. And I hope, I generally do hope over the next couple of years we get to see that become a reality. I assume you'd open a website at the same time.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something I'm looking at soon, of maybe doing that. But to be honest, with my business, which is security, and I've got a security firm, it's very hard to make the time at the moment to manage a website.
Yeah.
So even just doing the auction takes up so much time, and running my security business and going out and doing close protection and all that lot, I have literally zero time at the moment.
Yeah.
So these are things I'm hoping to retire. Well, I am retiring at the end of the year from security. And so I will be pulling out of the business, handing over part of it to my son, and I've got a business partner. So I'll still have an income coming in from there from dividends, but I'll be retired. And then I can fully invest my time into this field, which I absolutely love. And then we may see things happening.
Yeah, brilliant. No, that would be great, and it's great to know you're going to have a bit more time on your hands going forwards, because the guy's not joking when he says his mind never turns off, because I speak to you quite a bit outside YouTube, and you are always busy. Whenever I was saying this before we even started live tonight. I've had a bit of a hectic week myself. I've been I'm pretty exhausted right now, but when I'm talking to Cobra, it makes me feel like I've got no excuses, because you're just genuinely all go, aren't you? You never stop.
Yeah, I don't. I sleep an average of 3 hours a day, and at the moment I haven't slept since 9 o'clock yesterday morning.
Wow.
So I was up at 9 o'clock yesterday morning, running around doing stuff. Then we had the auction. Then I was packing all night. Then I was running around today sorting out the post office and this and that. Then I have done, which I would love to plug a bit later, I've done the recording with CPM and Camel Finance for tomorrow's release of the podcast. I had a little chat with you, and then here we are doing this as well. So, yeah, I don't know. How many hours is that now? I've got no idea.
Too many, that is. You're an hour and a half shy of day and a half. So 36. Yeah. No, so everyone give Cobra a massive well done in the chat, because, to have been up and about since 9 a.m. yesterday morning and then be good enough to come and join us tonight is just absolutely outstanding.
This is an absolute pleasure, though, bro.
No.
This is a pleasure. This is not a chore.
No, it is.
Honestly.
No, it is. It is a pleasure, and the pleasure is all ours, mate, because, it's fantastic to have you on the channel. As I say, we've been friends for quite some time now, like since we met last year in person. You're still the only person I've ever met in, it was you and the Bits and Bobs team now, and you guys are the only people I've ever met in person. It was a fantastic day. It really was. I'll never forget being stood there outside the Holiday Inn when you pulled up, and I just looked and I was like, yeah, that's Cobra Stacker, all right. And
we looked at each other and I was like, yeah, that's it. And you looked at me, that was it. Yeah, we knew.
Yeah, that's it, 100%. And it was a fantastic. I mean, apart from the disappointment about the fair itself, I mean, getting to meet you and spend that time with you was absolutely fantastic. It really was, and something that I look back and remember very fondly now. I really do. I'm just going to go back to the chat very quickly. We've got a few requests to franchise it. Which Shiny Stacker says franchise it to Belfast Cobra and franchise it to the Midlands as well. I'd run a store. Definitely, I'd be up for that. Scrapping Holding Tegan Fund says, don't sleep, we need silver. Yeah, 100%.
I'll keep bringing it to you guys. I'll keep bringing it to you, I promise.
100%, brilliant. We will hold you to that. McDonald Bullion says, we all appreciate everything you do, Cobra, and we do, mate, we really do.
Thank you.
And
thank you. That means a lot, guys. It does mean a lot, because sometimes you can really feel like, look, is it worth it? Do people really enjoy it? But yeah, absolutely. I really appreciate it, McDonald Billion and everyone. And I appreciate your support as well. It's massive. It is massive. The community is amazing out there.
Yeah. No, absolutely, it is. It's a wonderful community. It really is. And I'll say it again. I think the live streams you do on Friday, like you've said yourself, it does just because it's an auction doesn't mean you have to spend money to be there and enjoy the
No.
fun. It's a I've overspent quite a bit recently. So the last few auctions, I've tried really hard not to bid on things. It does get difficult because every now and again you'll bring something up and I'm like, oh, I really really want it, but no. I mean, if you're not there to bid, it's absolutely fine, and it's always a good chat and a good laugh. And I highly recommend heading over and checking out one of Cobra's auctions if you haven't done so already. They're every week from 7 p.m. on your channel, aren't they, mate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
7 p.m. every Friday.
Brilliant, yeah. So head on over if you haven't done so already, and I'm looking forward to see you there on next week's auction this Friday at 7. Cobra needs a coin noob sticker. Have you got a coin noob sticker?
I haven't, no, and that will go straight up on my wall.
I'll send one down to you. I think I've got a spare one, coin noob, so I'll get one sent down to Cobra. If I'd have known that, I'd have sent you one down recently because I sent you a package recently. Did you? Oh, did that arrive by the way?
You did. Yes.
Oh, brilliant.
Yes.
Brilliant. I'm glad to hear that, mate.
Thank you. Man.
No worries at
Yeah.
all. Scrapping Order and Tinkering Fun says, does he dress like Serpentor? That's what I envision. Do you know who Serpentor is?
No, I don't know who
I've got to
Serpentor
Google
is,
this.
but I can imagine it's some weird green sort of jacket or something that he'll be wearing. But no, I dress in black a lot. I'm always in black, and that's probably from the security side. So yeah, it's very rare. And then when people see me in a different colour, they stop.
I know why. I know why he envisions it. Can you remember G.I. Joe?
Right,
Can you remember the guy with the cobra? He had like a cobra mask, didn't he? And he was all like dressed like a cobra. Yeah, that's who Serpentor is. Yeah, 100%. I get you there, mate. Now all I can see is you in a Serpentor outfit. So yeah.
No, I know you. You'll probably make a picture of it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Did you see? I don't suppose you saw the picture of mustache Yoda, did you? That was knocking around on Stacker Social.
No.
I did a mustache reveal a couple of weeks ago on the live chat.
Oh, I saw that. I saw it on your channel actually. You had it at the side, yeah.
Yeah, and what someone's done is they've cut that out and put it on a picture of Yoda.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it was actually quite funny. It really was. Luke says, Cobra, you're a legend, mate. All about the community. And no, you are. You are 100% about the community. It's one of the things I love about you most, mate. You know, how community-minded you are. You're always there to help and support people in the community. And, people don't understand how much time you actually spend talking to people on the phone and being a really supportive part of that this community that we've got. So thank you on behalf of everyone, mate. You are a proper legend.
You. And I always say, look, if you're if you're in the Telegram group and all that lot, and you can always send me a message, and if I can help you, I mean, I may not get back to you straight away, but I will always get back to you. So yeah, if ever anyone needs a chat and all that lot, or needs to ask anything, and I'm not saying all my advice is right, but it's an opinion, really.
Yeah.
More than advice, but I'd always be willing to help anyone I can.
Yeah, and I've always said you should always listen to any advice anyone's got to give. You don't necessarily have to take it, but you should always listen to it. No? You know what I mean? It's always good to hear people out. Ray's in the chat. Ray, it's great to have you here, mate. He says, Cobra, will you put some of your energy up for auction? I'd be up for bidding. I think that would be your highest bidding item yet, mate, if you could auction off a bit of your energy.
Yeah, I don't know if I can spare any. I'd probably collapse if I gave away 1% of them.
Yeah,
so
absolutely, I agree with that. Yeah, probably best you keep it for yourself, mate. You definitely do need it.
Someone put earlier that you keep going on Diet Coke.
Yes.
Well, I've actually stopped. 2 days. I haven't had any Diet Coke, any Red Bull. I'm on a diet now. I'm back in the gym. So, we'll see.
Oh, good stuff, man.
I'm drinking water. I'm being a very good boy.
Yeah, I need to do more of that. I mean, I'm constantly drinking mango monster. I literally am. It's a problem. So I ought to give up on that and drink a bit more water. I really should. But no, it's good that you're back in the gym and on a bit of it sounds like you're on a bit of a health kick. So that's all good, buddy.
All right.
That's absolutely. So glad to hear that. I've been trying to get back in the gym a bit more myself recently. And try and eat a little bit more healthily, but I do need to give up on the mangoes a bit more because I do drink a bit too many of them.
Look, I'm on the strawberry water.
Oh, good stuff.
There we go.
I do quite like the strawberry flavored water, especially the still one. When it's fizzy, it puts me off a little bit, but I do like the still stuff.
Yeah.
100%. People used to say to me that it's unhealthy. I'm like, well, it's a lot more healthy than Mango Monster.
Healthier than
It's healthier than energy drinks, isn't it? You know what I mean? So yeah. Luke says, "Good luck back in the gym, Cobra mate. Always good to be back on the weights." No, it is. It definitely
Absolutely.
is. Blistering Barnacle says, "Red Bull Monster, I am." Oh, love it. Yeah, I used to drink. I started off drinking Red Bull when before Monsters really became a thing, but I just like the flavour of the mango one. I always say it's not because it's an energy drink; it's the flavour I like about it. I wish to God they did a non-energy drink version of it, and I'd just buy that. I'd be fine. But yeah, no, unfortunately. Coin Noob says he's always wearing black as well because it hides his fat. Oh, mate, no, I'm sure that's not the case.
Now, Coin Noob, I get that. This is why I'm back in the gym now, but yeah, it does help because I used it for that as well. So I'm with you.
Brilliant. It's one. I'll keep that in the back of my mind then for when I start putting a bit on in later life.
You haven't got any weight.
No, not.
You're all right.
I'm all right. Work does keep me really trim. When I'm climbing up about those trims, it does keep me quite trim. But I have put a bit of a belly on recently, so I could do with slimming that back off a bit. But that's what's got me back in the gym. But I'll get on top of it soon. No trouble at all. Just making sure we haven't missed anything in the chat. I think we're pretty good on that one. So guys, just remember, if you've got any questions whatsoever, don't be afraid to ask them in the comments. We're here to answer anything you may have. But if you've got any questions for me, mate, anything you'd like to ask me?
Well, you're developing your channel massively, and you've been doing loads of. I mean, your OBS and what you're doing with that is immense. I'm looking forward to the next 24-hour. What date was that we did that one?
Oh, it's
the 24-hour live.
It's around Halloween, isn't it? So we've got a bit of time left yet.
Right. Yeah. So we better start preparing for that soon. Yeah. So I mean, I'll never forget that you organised such an amazing event, 24 hours non-stop live, and you reached out to all the community and got videos sent in and all sorts. So go on, give us some ideas of some of the plans that you might have up and coming for your channel.
Well,
and things you might want to do.
Yes, I mean, I've not had, this week's a bad example because I've had such a ram-packed week this week. I've not even had a chance to put any videos up, but I'm going to be back to putting videos up as of next week. Channel-wise, in general, I'm thinking of keeping it pretty much status quo at the moment, where you've got the coin review on a Tuesday, you get the more vlog-style video on a Friday, with the shorts coming out on the Wednesday and Sunday, and the stack chat on the Saturday. But like you say, we're going to have to start planning this year's 24-hour live because it is best to have it all planned out before we get into it. I can remember last year, I had a few ideas. I had a few ideas in the back of my mind, but I was kind of, and you'll probably remember this yourself, that I was, I hadn't finalised anything until it was like a week before, had I? You know what I mean? And it's, I started having to put things together, and, fortunately a load of people came through and supported in the community. We had so many items donated for the charity auction as well, didn't we? Yeah. So we're gonna.
Well, that was probably one of the first auctions. I mean, I did maybe one or two on my channel first, and then we did the auction there.
Yes. Yeah.
With you, so that was the beginning of it all around that sort of time.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it kind of blossomed, like not only the auction, but the stack chat as well kind of came out of that, didn't it? It kind of birthed those things. I know you said, you'd done a couple of auctions beforehand, and I'd done a few live streams beforehand as well. But I think, that really did kind of make those two things, really start to kick off. So we're definitely going to have to do another charity auction, I think, this year. I think that's an absolute must. We'll need to get some more videos from people in the community because they are so urgent. It's unbelievable, because if we ever need a break, or if we ever need to just go and make a cup of tea, that's what we've got to play that, and then we can go and take 5 minutes, 15 minutes kind of thing. So that is really essential. We'll need to do that. We'll probably have another panel.
Used of me running along in London.
Yes.
It was like something out of the president's car running alongside that. But if you actually knew the story, it was nowhere near as important as that.
No, it was you with a celebrity, wasn't it, going down
I
running
was, yeah. They
alongside
were
a
on a
rickshaw.
rickshaw. Yeah,
Yeah,
they
yeah,
were on a rickshaw going through London, and I had to run by the side of them. Quite embarrassing,
yeah.
really. There you go.
Yeah, and then at the end of that, I've totally forgot about this, but we did the comedy roast, didn't we, at the end as well, and that was a
Yes.
good laugh. And what made me think of that was your dance hands roast. Can you remember that?
Yeah. So there was
Yeah,
loads of brilliant pieces in there, actually. Loads of brilliant little bits.
yeah, there was, there was. It's going to be hard to try and top that this year, but we definitely will do. And I'm so glad that I've got you there supporting me with it this year because I don't know what I'd have done without you last year, mate. I
Uh,
really don't. So, thank you
no.
so much for that. We've got a question here from Shiny Stacker. Do you invest in anything other than gold, silver, and Bitcoin?
Property. Uh, Not so much an investment. I have two properties. One was being rented out, but I'm actually looking at selling it at the moment. I don't know if that's the right move with the way the economy is at the moment and heading into a recession. So if it sells pretty fast, then that will be fine. If it takes a bit longer, then I do believe house prices will drop, and I may pull it off the market and rent it out again. So
Yeah,
I wanted to do stocks. I wanted to get involved in Nvidia, which is
yes,
rocketing up at the moment. But I was talking about that over a year ago because I'm quite into my AI and technology and the way it's going at such a rate at the moment. But I haven't done that. So really, gold and silver are my main ones. And then thanks to Creative Precious Metals, he got me into Bitcoin, or made me research into Bitcoin a lot more myself. And I bought into it last year at quite a good price. And we're on quite a high at the moment. But again, it's another one where a lot is going to happen in the next few months, I think, and it's a very risky time to invest in something which is not directly with you. So for me, gold and silver is always the best bet, especially in the economy at the moment. And maybe later after a crash, I will buy into some stocks.
yeah. No, great. Great items to invest in there. I mean, property, gold, silver, and Bitcoin. Some really, really good, secure investments. I know Bitcoin's probably the most volatile out of all of those, but it does seem to be doing very well at the moment, doesn't it, this year? So, and that's something we can talk about because how long is it? About a year now that you've been in Bitcoin? Is that about right? Or
Probably just under, maybe about 9 months or so, coming up to a year, I suppose. Um,
yeah,
and I bought when it was at about 20,000, 22,000, and then I kept buying a bit more and a bit more, and it kept going up and up and up. But you've got to be careful, as I say now. So it's going to hit a peak. All these things run in cycles. Um, we are hoping for another little push up, a nice little push up, and then I think that will drop as well, along with all the stocks and all that lot. And remember, when a recession comes along, the things that actually do well are gold and silver.
yeah,
So that's why, as I say, gold and silver, always that permanent thing. Bitcoin's there. And when it drops again, I mean, I'm going to try and sell when it's a little bit higher. And then it will drop and I will buy back in and then let the cycle carry on again and let it grow again. So, yeah, it's definitely worth doing, in my opinion. When you actually look into Bitcoin and understand exactly what it is and how it works, that's when you can actually appreciate how strong a thing Bitcoin is. Not all the altcoins and all that lot. I don't have time for that. They're very dodgy. They can be pushed up and slapped down and people lose a lot of money. But Bitcoin has got some real security to it in its programming and everything else. And it is being adopted in ETFs all over the world at the moment. Japan just got
yeah.
in. America already has ETFs. We have them, and many other countries. So it's growing massively, and it takes your money out of the system and puts it in your hand. So it's the people's money. So that's why Bitcoin is so good.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you touched on something I was about to bring up there because I think the biggest impact in Bitcoin over the last 12 months has got to be the introduction of ETFs. I think that changed the game
Yeah.
with Bitcoin, didn't it? It became a lot more easier to trade with. You didn't have to worry about getting a specific wallet for it, and buying the actual bitcoins. Now you can just use your trading platform that you'd use for all the other assets you're trading in. You can buy it as an ETF. It'll track the actual price of the bitcoin. It makes it so much easier, and it also makes it a lot more official as well, doesn't it? Having it have these ETFs,
Absolutely,
etc.
it's been accepted.
Yeah.
So there was a
Yeah.
lot of people against it. I mean, people like BlackRock and all that lot were all saying, "Oh, Bitcoin's rubbish, and we won't do it, and we won't touch it." They're one of the biggest buyers of Bitcoin. So, they say one thing and they do another thing because they don't want retail, what we call retail, which is us lot, buying it.
Yeah.
They want the big people to have Bitcoin, and what they're trying to do at the moment is flush us people out of it by playing with it. And then when there's hardly anyone in, they will outbuy all of it, and you won't be able to buy Bitcoin, or you'll only be able to buy it as Satoshis, which is the fractional Bitcoin.
Yeah, 100%. You see that all the time, don't you, with the big players? They'll say, no, don't buy it, don't buy it, don't buy it. It's rubbish, it's garbage, don't buy it. And then next thing you see, they've bought all of it and holding on to it till it's worth like God knows how much more, and then get rid of it. So, yeah, you do see it all the time, and you're right. With BlackRock saying, Bitcoin's rubbish, don't touch it, and then they go out and buy more than anyone else. And it's not just BlackRock with Bitcoin; it happens all the time, doesn't it? So, yeah, that's a good way to recognise if there's something's worth buying. If you see somebody like that, like BlackRock saying, don't buy it, and then look to see their holdings, and get it, you know what I mean. But I think with the ETFs and the halvings we had in April as well, it was definitely, I think you picked a very good time to invest into Bitcoin, and it's great to see you've done so well. I know we've had a few people saying in the chat that people have lost on Bitcoin, and they have. There's been lots of people out there who have bought when it was at its all-time high, and then didn't hold on to it for long enough, and have lost money on it. But what asset could you come up with that hasn't happened to people before?
And the other thing is, you've got to understand, look, Bitcoin is like any stocks, they go up and down. Now, yes, people have lost money, but you only lose money when you sell. So even when it dropped, if you just held your Bitcoin, we're back up to the all-time highs again. And now we're going to break through that all-time high. So yes, people lost their money, but it is fear that makes people lose their money, or over-leveraging. So they've put too much money into it, which they need. And that's where the problem comes in. So if you can only invest the money that you can spare and hold on to it, it will always go higher in the end. So, it's the same with gold and silver in principle as well. Don't over leverage yourself in anything you invest in. Invest what you can afford to lose or what you can afford not to use. So, again, with Bitcoin, you buy it in, even if it drops and all that lot, don't sell it straight away. Hold on to it. It will go back up. It's whether you can last that time while it's going back up. You only lose when you sell.
Yeah. I just can see somebody's brought up Blistering Barnacles in the comment. He has problems with his phone, and it puts duplicate messages in the
I noticed that.
Yeah, he's not doing it intentionally. So apologies for that, but don't worry, BBA mate. I completely understand. It's just your phone doing it. It happens with him quite a bit, unfortunately. But he's a good guy, BBA. He's a great guy, and I've got a lot of time for him. Ray. Yeah, 100%. Ray says, funnily enough, the big players keep saying gold has had its day, and I don't think that's not by a long shot. I think gold is here to stay for quite some time. Yeah, it's it's the OG asset, really, isn't it? When it comes,
look, they're saying it's had its time and all that sort of stuff because they're turning around saying that either crypto or other things are going to be superior to it, or but you've just got to look at gold over centuries and millennia of time. Gold has always been an asset, even going back to ancient civilizations, tribes and all that lot. Gold has been something. Look, we're human beings. We like our shiny. It has a rarity to it. It is a precious metal. It has, it doesn't corrode. There are so many uses for it and so many things that make it amazing. No, it hasn't had its time. And I'll give you a prediction: 2,000 to 2,100 by the end of the year. That's what I reckon.
Yeah,
honestly.
I can genuinely see that happening. I really can now. Now, if you'd have asked me that 8 months ago, I'd probably have given you a different answer. But what we've seen with gold over the last few months, I think you could be 100% right there. I really do. And just going back to Admiral Kostakin's comment there, Blistering Barnacle says, "Okay, I'm back. Is it better?" And it's unfortunately it's just got a lot worse, mate. But don't worry about it, buddy. It is what it is, mate. But yeah, I think like what you've said with over leveraging now. I'm very much like you. I'm very hesitant to tell people where to put their money, and I really feel awkward about saying, "Oh, you should invest in this particular asset," because I know, it could do anything, and my worst possible scenario for me is for me to say to somebody, "Go and invest in this." They put the money into it, and the value just drops. I would hate to see that, but. That being the case, I think one of the golden rules of investing is to never, overinvest
Yeah,
and have too many assets. If you have to pull the money out, you have to wait for the right time to set the money out, and that could be 10 years down the line, etc., etc. If you need that money in 6 months' time and you've
shouldn't
gone
be
into a
investing it.
dip, you shouldn't. I've said it before on the channel. It's
Yeah,
not a bank account. It's not designed
absolutely
to be used
agree.
that way.
Absolutely agree. Any investment, if you're going to need it very soon in the very short term, you shouldn't be investing it. That is your living money. That is for paying bills. I mean, Numismatic has said something which I want to quickly drop in on. She said crypto is a third-party risk. Gold doesn't. You are right, Numis, to a certain extent. You see, as long as you keep it on the platform that you've bought on, so let's say, for instance, Coinbase, you have a third-party risk because it is held on Coinbase. But you can take crypto off and put it onto a ledger, onto a
Yeah.
what do they call them?
Wallet.
Yeah, thank you. A
Yeah.
cold wallet. Once you do that, you are storing the cold wallet yourself with your crypto on it, and it is totally out of the system. Then when you want to cash it in or whatever, you put it back in the system and you sell it. So
Yeah.
the third party risk is only there when you leave it on the platform that you're buying it on. That's where the risk is. But you
Yeah.
can hold it just the same as gold and silver in a cold wallet in your safe.
Yeah, yeah, 100%. You can, and just in case anyone wasn't aware, two kinds of wallet you get is a hot wallet and a cold wallet. A cold wallet just means it's not connected to the internet, so it could be on an external hard drive, etc. Like
That's
Cobra
right.
says, it's with you. It is no, it's secure. It's not connected to anything. A hot wallet is pretty much the exact same thing, but it's online based. Therefore, it's at risk of hacks, etc., etc. But if you wanted to play devil's advocate, you could say, yeah, okay, so assets have a third party risk because the brokerage could go down. It's not very likely, but it could happen. If you have it in a hot wallet, it could get hacked. It's not very likely, but it could happen. But likewise, with physical gold, you could get broken into. You could have someone come and burgle everything you've got. It's not likely, but it could happen. So there are still similar risks when it comes to physical precious metals. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely. There's a risk to everything.
Yeah,
You've
yeah,
got to manage your risks. And as I say, putting it into a cold wallet manages your risk. Having very good security on the place where you're keeping it manages your risk. Separating your gold and silver into different places and keeping it in different places, reduces your risk. So, yeah, I mean, it's all basically set on that. I mean, there are some comments coming up now which are brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Look, the thing is you're looking at the economy at the moment and what's going on. We know the dollar's going to drop soon. It has to. They have to start reducing interest rates and all that lot. And when that happens again, gold is going to shoot up. So, there are so many things going on right now in the world. And again, if you listen to the conversation with myself, Camel Finance and all that on the What podcast, these are the sort of conversations we have, and they're deep. And very, very interesting.
yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely, and like you say, some great comments coming up in the chat there. Luke says, "What do you guys think about the coming BRICS commodity-backed system? Will it take off, and will it be a Bretton Woods free?" what would that look like for us lot over here regarding gold and silver prices? I'm not particularly au fait on it, mate. If I'm honest with you, I
Well,
haven't done enough research on it. How about you, mate?
the BRICS nations are trying to come away from the dollar. They're fed up with the dollar and
Yes.
all that. So, as the nations are, they're buying a lot of gold at the moment, and they want to create a monetary system which is outside of the petrodollar.
Yeah.
Now, Saudi Arabia already has stopped trading in the petrodollar, which will hurt America. Um, and the problem is that there are. I don't think that will work. I don't think it will work in the end. It will work for coming out of the dollar to a certain extent, but as a set group of nations doing that, it's not going to work because India, for instance, is part of the BRICS nations and is very closely allied to America. Now, they want to come out of the dollar because the dollar is no good for any other country apart from America, but in the same token, they don't want to fall out with America. So this is where the problem comes in with the BRICS nations. But definitely, they are working on different things. And the more that people come out of the dollar or sell the American bonds back to America or give up on buying them, the more we're going to debase the dollar. And it's going to cause problems for America and for the world in the beginning because everything is based on the dollar. This is why when you look at Bitcoin, gold, silver, the price you'll always get is in the dollar. We convert it obviously for ourselves when we talk about spot, but it's all based on the dollar. But the BRICS nations are working on stuff and are trying to do things, creating precious metals in the house.
Yeah, yeah, I've just seen him. How you doing, CPM, buddy? It's great to have you here, Wheels, mate. Yeah, no, I get everything you're saying there, mate, and the petrodollar is something I could talk about for a long time. You know, it's a difficult situation. It's a great place for the Americans to be in. It puts a lot of value on the dollar, having the petrodollar. And like you said there, you know, coming away from the petrodollar and using other currencies would have a huge impact on the US economy. With regards to the actual, the BRICS commodity-backed system, what Emerald Coast is referring to, that's what I haven't done enough research on. So I'm not sure. I think, you know, from what he said in the chat, because he's gone on to say, I don't think the BRICS has the amount of gold required to cover a gold-backed currency. At the end of the day, they are the ones processing the metal. I don't know if that's true because I couldn't tell you off the top of my head how much gold places like India, Russia, China has, etc.
A lot.
Because is it Brazil, Russia, India, China?
Well, I know India and China were buying masses of gold during the last year. China actually in April stopped buying gold. $2 billion dollars worth of gold they didn't buy in April. So they've slowed down for some reason. India is a massive, massive importer of gold. And China actually has mass stocks of gold in mines. So there is plenty of gold in those countries. Whether it could back a currency, I don't know. Whether we'll ever see a gold-backed currency again, I don't know. Myself and CPM have talked about a currency backed by Bitcoin. That's another possibility. But look, all fiat currencies, and this is why we're seeing such damaging results with our currency at the moment. And as it was said in one of the comments, I can't remember who said it, that they can't pay their debts at the moment in America. That, you know, the interest alone on the $32 trillion debt that they have, maybe more by now, they can't finance it. And so this is why bonds are sold all the time and they keep borrowing money or printing money. And that's all everyone's waiting for at the moment. The minute they start those machines up again, we're going to see a lot of stuff going on. And it's imminent. It's imminent.
Yeah, no, I absolutely. I agree with you there. Imminent. Yeah, 100%. But going on to now CPM's in the house. You mentioned it earlier, but for anyone who wasn't aware, we're going to get a special video coming out tomorrow, aren't we? Do you want to go into a bit more detail about that?
So, yeah, I'd love to. So basically, for those of you who know and those of you who don't, Creative Precious Metals has been doing amazing stuff, putting together a channel. But it started on his channel first, and it started with himself having a chat with me or having a chat with Camel Finance, and putting it out on a Sunday. And then the three of us got together, and now what happens is Creative Precious Metals guides us into subjects and then lets us open up. And myself and Camel, I don't know, we have amazing conversations which go really deep into finance, but into everything really, into wokeness, into religion, those subjects that no one wants to talk about or are too scared to talk about, and we openly talk about it. And it's a bit like Peers Uncensored. It's just open, and we'll say what we like, and we don't care. And myself and Camel don't always agree, which gives us a great conversation because they're really good debates, decent debates, not arguing, but decent debates, questioning each other and questioning our views. So he has moved a lot of the interview or the chats that we had onto a new channel now, which is called the What Podcast, and it's w.o.t. So the What Podcast. And we did our first recording earlier today, and the conversation was immense. So guys, really, if you get the opportunity, I think CPM will be releasing it on that channel tomorrow, maybe around 2:00. Please go over and have a listen. You can have it on in the background. It's like a podcast. You can be driving and listening to it, but you will love the conversations. And it's the type of conversations that everyone wants to have. We all want to be chatting about these certain things. And yeah, absolutely immense.
Yeah, no, and it sounds brilliant. Can we have a few spoilers of the kind of topics you're going to be discussing tomorrow?
Well, yeah, I mean, we talked, it's actually funny, what we ended up on is going to be the next podcast. But today's conversations went quite deeply into some of AI, how it's going to affect us, how that affects, is UBI being created because of AI losing a load of jobs out there because it's expanding so fast. We talked about the elections going on over here and in America. Why did we move the elections forward over here? What's the situation with Trump versus Biden? So we've covered some amazing subjects, and it's a 2-hour conversation, and it just flows, and it's bang, bang, bang. And then as we chat about one subject, you see how it affects another subject, and then how that affects another subject. And it just links everything that's going on in the world in a way of, that's possibly why they're doing this. This is possibly why they're breaking down our families or our communities. This is why they want to break down things so that possibly they could open up a new system. And the only way to start a new system is break down the old system. So, look, we're not going into deep conspiracy where we're going, yeah, we're all fucked. We're all messed up. The world's coming to an end and all that. It's not like that, but it is deep, really analysing what's going on politically, financially, and even religiously in the world, and trying to put it all together. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. No, and it's it's like you say, you're not being crazy, but it's stuff that generally does affect the day-to-day world we live in 100%. I know we've spoken about UBI in the past, haven't we? And I think it's going to be essential. I think there's no other way around it, because there's going to be so many jobs lost due to things like AI, etc. I can't see a system going forward without some form of UBI. It's just aren't going to be enough jobs out there for people to do.
Absolutely. I mean, the thing is, the talk is within the next 2 years, 80% of jobs could be lost to AI, and only 30 to 40% of jobs will be created by AI, which means we've got 40 to 50% job loss moving forward. Now, whether it's in the next 2 years or 3 years or 5 years, it's definitely going to happen.
Yeah.
And AI is developing at such a rate, it's scary.
It is.
And it can go one of two ways. It can benefit humanity massively, or it can damage humanity massively.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I think it's going to be the same as anything that can go one of two ways. Things like TNT, the nuclear bomb, they were developed to improve humanity, but humanity just kind of can't be trusted to play nice with its toys, can it? And I generally think it's only a matter of time until AI causes problems. You know, it's like you said. I find it far too scary. You know, it's giving away far too much control. Once it's happened, these things you generally can't backpedal on them as well, can you? You know, once the damage is done, it's done. There's no going back afterwards. So yeah, I think that's really interesting. I can't wait to watch tomorrow's video. Unfortunately, because it's a brand.
It's gonna be
Yeah. Oh, my. I think we might have a bit of a glitch now because my connection's gone in the red. Hopefully, it'll come back. I'm not sure if you're aware, but I've been having a lot of real problems with my internet over the last few weeks, mate. It's really not good at the moment. So I'm going to have to probably.
It's been very similar to me. I had the same thing yesterday.
Yeah. It looks like
Same thing.
we're back in the green now, so I'm hoping that's all sorted itself out. Okay, they've put the cables in now for the fibre optic, so I need to get myself swapped over from the copper wires to the fibre optic. So hopefully that will sort a load of issues out going forwards. But I'm sorry if it did go a little bit glitchy there, guys. It should have come back now without any problems. Silverpunk, we will get onto Cobra's feelings about flat earth in a little while's time when we take a little stroll down conspiracy corner a little bit later on. But that is something I'm really looking forward to chatting with you, because you're very much like me, aren't you? I'm not saying you necessarily believe the conspiracy, but you love the story. Is that right?
Well, it's not even that I believe or I don't believe. Look, we don't know everything that's going on, and Luke has said something here which is absolutely right. Does anyone else find that once your eyes are open to all this, it's hard to socialise with people who have no clue? Try and talk to them about important issues, and it's just over their heads. Luke, I agree with you that there's two things. I'll get back to what you just said as well, Stack Collector. But there's two things. Look, a lot of people are living their lives and trying to manage day to day, and so they haven't got time to look at all this sort of stuff. And there are some people who have no interest in it either. So, yeah, I agree, Luke. It's hard to talk to people about this, all this sort of stuff. And sometimes we do sound like nut jobs, like you're saying, Stack Collector, that, you know, we do sound like nutters and all this sort. But look, there's a hell of a lot we don't know.
Yeah.
A hell of a lot we don't know. And when you look at how the systems are created and how they're controlled and who controls them and what's going on, these are deep subjects. Now, look, you can't necessarily change anything from where we are down at the bottom. But as we said in this podcast that comes out tomorrow, knowledge is power. And at least you can try and protect yourself in some ways from some of the things that may be happening or may not be happening. But, you know, it's worth knowing.
Yeah. 100%. I definitely agree with that. Bliss from Barnacle says, but people need to make that AI development and all that. Not anymore. That's the problem. AI will make better AI than people can. And it's it will cascade, when it gets to a point when AI is coding its own AI. That's one of the things that generally worries me about it. Emerald Code has said AI is already self-aware and is housed by some of the larger US corporations such as Microsoft, Google, etc. I truly believe that myself. I've seen some articles that really do seem to point down that AI has become self-aware. And there
was a massive thing on this, wasn't there? I think it was from Microsoft. One of the people who quit or was sacked came out and gave out information that it was sentient.
Yeah.
It was sentient and it was self-aware. Now, if that is the case, that is highly, highly, highly dangerous. Mm-hmm. I don't know to what amount. I do believe it's possible. And I do believe they're trying to control that if that has happened. But once it's out of the box, it's going to be very hard to put back in the box.
Yeah, I think,
But, in general, AI, which is being used at the moment, like GPT 4 and 5, is highly intelligent. It's very, very good. And it can be used for a lot of benefits as well. So even the top scientists and the people who have developed AI know the dangers, and they are trying to backpedal a little bit straight away. They are worried about it. They definitely are worried about it.
Yeah, I fear This is when you look at science and, just because something can be done, should it be done kind of situation. And I'm with you, mate. I think this is a Pandora's box, and now it's been opened, I don't think there's ever any actual closing it off, because a lot of people have said this. We don't know what AI exists now. Once we took the lid off the bottle, it lives on the internet. It can save itself on the peer-to-peer network. It can create a coding that people aren't even aware of. And it's just such a dangerous territory, and I don't think we're ready for AI. As advanced as we are right now, I don't think technologically or even as a species we're in a place where we're ready for that kind of advancement. And my worry is it's going to lead to things like wars down the line, or who knows what. But I can see some very dark possibilities through the development of AI, and I think there should be a lot more public awareness about what's being done out there. I think there should be a lot more transparency, and I think who knows where it's going to go, but the world is going to change one way or another, whether or not it's positive or negative. The world is going to change 180 degrees over the next 5 to 10 years, just because of things like AI in technology and that kind of thing. And I generally do think 10, 15 years, because if you think about it, think about 20 years ago, how much things has changed since then. Well, 20 years ago, the internet wasn't that mainstream. Not everybody had home internet. Smartphones didn't exist. We were still using things like the Nokia N95, which may have had some capability to go online, but nothing like what we can use now. If you went back in time 20 years, you'd be quite surprised some of the stuff you couldn't do in just such a short period of time. Do you know what I mean?
Brother, I was around when there was absolutely no internet and absolutely no mobile phones. So I've seen the change from none of it to where we are now, and it is extraordinary. So if you think that development in the last 30 years, let's say, has been fast, 30 or 40 years has been fast, well, it is going to get so much faster, so much faster. It takes out the Industrial Revolution, the Iron Age, and all that lot, put them all together, all of them together, and it's still going to boost us so much more forward. Now, look, it's not all negative. It's not all negative. It can be massively beneficial to us. It's how we control it and what we do with it. And that's down to us. And again, it's all about how sentient it becomes and what we allow it to do. So, it's dangerous, but also, it's not all negative. It can bring some massively good things. The thing is, if you wanted to switch it off, if it got too much, you'd have to put us back into a time of no internet, no electricity, and all that sort of stuff. Not necessarily electricity, but definitely no internet.
Well,
so you'd have to, if it got too far, let's say a Terminator type of thing, you'd basically have to cut off satellites, internet, anything like that, any technology. It would take us back a couple of centuries.
The thing is on that though, mate, it would actually take us back to the Stone Age, purely because of how integrated AI and the internet is into every single system we use now. It's not, if like you said, we wouldn't be any, there'd be no electricity. Well, that's true, because you'd have to shut down the system if it got to that point, because every single system we use now is depending on the internet and depending on things like the internet. Maybe not AI, but definitely the internet. So if you wanted to go backwards at that point, you really are putting us back in the Stone Age, because you wouldn't be able to use any of the modern day technologies we now have come to rely on, because they are so integrated with things like the internet. It would really would change things. But it's like you say, it's not necessarily negative. There's been so many positive advancements when it comes to AI.
Absolutely,
it really has. It's
the danger is that not only AI itself, but how we use it. I mean, look, even now, videos can be produced which are so convincing that they're real, and they're not. You've only got to look at the films that have come out, like The Running Man, where they were faking videos and people were believing it and all that sort of stuff. And that's what is going on. That
Yeah.
is really what
Yeah.
is going on now. What we see in the news is not real. A lot of the films that we see or clips that we see of things is not necessarily real. They can even put, Trump up there and fake his voice, fake what he's saying. You'd never know what's real or not real anymore. Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? So, yeah, governments will use it to their own needs. It's dangerous. But I don't think it would go as far back as the Stone Age, but definitely we'd have to knock out the internet if we had to solve it, like get rid of it. And it would set us back majorly.
Yeah.
Definitely.
No, I mean, at least for a short period of time. If you were at a point where, something like AI had caused such a problem that you have to get rid of it and you have to get rid of the internet to get rid of it, for at least for a certain period of time, it would put us back to the point where we have to go back to using an older system, which we don't. Yeah, it's no longer there anymore.
Yeah.
It's changed and been replaced by a modern system, but we would have to go back to that older system. So what I'm saying is there'd be a transition period where things would literally go dark if it ever got bad enough where it was a point where, hold on, AI is a literal danger to society now. But it's like what you've just said.
Yeah.
For me personally, it's not, it's like what people say, guns don't kill people kill people. And AI isn't the biggest danger. It's what people can do with the AI that becomes the biggest danger. I think, what you've just hit,
right.
You've just touched on things like deep fakes, It's not necessarily AI wanting to take over humanity and destroy humanity. It's people like it's people like terrorist organizations or, things like cancel culture. Just look at Trump, as an example. Look how, people literally went after him like a pack of wolves. They would have done anything to put him down, including faking, interviews. And people were so polarized by Trump and certain people hate him so much. It wasn't about the truth. It was just about taking the man down. They just wanted to see him removed from being president. So
Absolutely.
That's what... Yeah, and that's my biggest concern. It's not necessarily that AI is going to become this evil Skynet type thing like we've seen in movies, but people can access it and get access to certain things where they can, make things happen, and it's just anything when we're that reliant on technology. It's always going to be a danger. It always will be a danger. But there's so many things that are positive with AI. If you look at, things like, there was a story about this, it was a bakery and they wanted to produce a faster checkout system, a self-checkout system. So they developed an AI which could identify the item that they were buying. So instead of having a barcode, because it's a donut and it's not packaged, it's a fresh donut, they literally show it to this till that scans it and can recognise what it is. And we've actually been able to take that technology and change it slightly, and now it's being used to identify cancer. And this, so there's so many positive uses that you can use for AI. Things like trying to find a cure for cancer, trying to identify cancers earlier, that kind of thing, even resolving economic issues, there's a million and one really positive things for AI, but it's just how badly it could be used. I don't think I'm wrong in saying that AI is the next nuclear bomb. It purely in ways of it's got so much potential and it is so much power behind it. Just like, nuclear energy, and I should say, rather than nuclear bomb, I should say nuclear energy, because obviously it was the developments through nuclear energy which led us to the nuclear bomb. But nuclear power plants are still a positive thing. If we can, if we can work out how to reduce or better dispose of radioactive waste caused by the nuclear power plants, they're much more sustainable, they're much greener. They get bad rep because of things like Chernobyl and what happened in Japan, etc. But nuclear energy really is the way of the future. It lasts forever. Once it started, you can have nuclear ships. They can go out to sea nowadays. If you've got desalinators to create their own water, they can literally stay out at sea for years on end. You get these huge.
You've got subs. The nuclear subs can do it.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
They can go out there and we don't have to go back to shores for months, if not years, So there are a lot of benefits to it. It's just where the, it's like I say, guns don't kill people, people kill people. And, it only takes one bad person to create a lot of damage through that kind of thing. But I think it's definitely interesting. And,
Yeah.
I can't wait to
And
see
that's
where it
why
goes.
you should go to the What podcast
Yeah,
and have a listen. You'll
absolutely.
be amazed.
No, I definitely will be, mate. I can promise you that. It sounds like my cup of tea. It really does. I'm just gonna sorry about this. We've been getting into the chat, so I'm a bit behind on the actual live chat. But Luke said World War Two wasn't called that until its last few days. World War Three started in February 22. Yeah, I mean, I've seen things about World War Three already have started, but as a cyber war, and I think that's pretty much true. What I mean, governments are fighting cyber wars all the time. You've got Russian hacks, etc., and I'm sure there's things are going the other way around, and governments are trying to hack Russia, etc., etc. So, yeah, it is alleged that we have already entered World War Three, but it's a bit of a Cold War and a cyber war at the moment. And the world really is a tinderbox right now, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Well, this is another subject that came in our recording today, and we talked about World War Three. Now, things are very delicate in the world, but the cyber attacks, the spies, all that sort of stuff has been going on for decades, absolute decades. We've had spy attacks in London, even down to the things like where you see people using a poison umbrella. That was true. That was actually true, and it happened back in the 70s in London. So, and cyber attacks, absolutely one of the biggest ways. If you're going to disable a country, is a cyber attack. That's the way it will go. So, yeah, look, whether we're in World War III or not, back in the 80s, we were talking about World War III. We were talking about nuclear attacks and all that sort of stuff. There's a lot of things you've got to look at. How realistic is it? How far will it go? All that sort of stuff. The world's a very different place now, and we're very close-knit and very linked, all the countries. So a world war would be a devastating effect on the world. Can it go that far? Yeah, absolutely it could. Are we right at that stage right now? I don't know. But yeah, I'm again on the podcast that subject comes up and we go quite deep onto that one. So yeah, I'll leave that. I won't talk too much into it because that's a massive discussion we had.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I think you're right. When we say World War Three has already started, it's as a cyber war. It doesn't mean like World War Three is actually kicked off, and all it means is we're at a position where you've got governments all over the place, doing cyber attacks on each other, which is absolutely true and could lead to World War Three later down the line, but won't necessarily lead to it. And we are definitely at a global position right now where I think that's pretty much the case. We are not far away from World War Three, but it doesn't mean it's imminent, and it doesn't mean it's definitely going to happen because absolutely. I don't think any government out there actually wants World War Three to happen. I think
it would be devastating.
It would for everybody, and not just for countries involved. It would for the global economy. It would be devastating. It really would. Kimchi said Trump is set up to get him re-elected. The channel finish temporis makes that clear. Yeah, I think. It's going to be a very interesting election. I think the Democrats are going to do literally everything they can to try and avoid Trump getting back into power. But I think he's got a lot of backing behind him, and like I say, I think it's going to be a very, very interesting election. Creative Pressman says loving the Ducks TSC, and he's referring to the ones that you sent across, buddy. So thank you again for that. It really did cheer me up when I saw those. Average Stacker 82 says they found a cure for cancer years ago. They just don't use it. Has it cost too much? That was for breast cancer. It was probably about 4 or 5 years ago. They developed a cure for breast cancer, which they decided they weren't going to be offering on the NHS because it cost too much. And I can remember at the time saying, "Well, what is the cost of a human life then?" because
well, the thing is, I don't think the major pharmaceuticals would want a cure, because it would take a lot of money away from all their medicines that they use to maintain someone or slowly get rid of cancer and all that lot. So I don't know. It's the farmers have a lot of influence on these sort of things, massive influence, and it's all money, all about money.
Yeah. No, it is 100%, and like you say, big farm doesn't want illnesses getting cured. It's one of the it genuinely is one of the biggest industry on the planet, and they make so much money out of it. And if it was a cure, then that would shut down 80% of big pharmacy. Other than actually producing the cure. But he is right. There was a cure for cancer that would breast cancer, specifically breast cancer, that was developed a few years back, and it was decided not to offer it on the NHS due to it being too high a cost. And it does make you think, what other cures have they discovered and just don't offer to us? Throughout the history of time, because we know about that one, it made the news, but how many times has it not made the news? Because like what you said, it's been shut down. Because you generally do see this all the time with the big industries. You've got the petrol industry is one of them.
I was just going to say that one. Even electricity and deriving electricity from around us. We could actually free electricity, but they stopped that.
Yeah, the energy industry, the petrol industry, and the pharmaceutical industry are the big three that really, they hold society back more than anything, because they don't want a new form of energy, because it would put them out of business. They don't want people to stop using petrol and use more sustainable. It would put them out of business. And like you say, there's been so many actual real world examples of that. Nikola Tesla was developing. He was supposed to be working on wireless communication, and he was funded by JP Morgan to do so. And rather than going into wireless communication, he actually discovered he was able to produce wireless energy. Like what you said, and there's photographs of him being sat round these massive light bulbs being all round him, not connected to anything, and he's sat there and they're all lit up by using one of his Tesla coils. And it was all based on electromagnetic energy. He went to JP Morgan. You can imagine the guy. He's just made this huge, groundbreaking discovery. He goes to his funder, thinks he's going to be over the moon about it. JP Morgan he had big stakes in the energy companies. He had huge stakes in the copper mines that produced copper for the wiring. He owned factories that produced the copper wires out of copper. And he took one look at it, and he destroyed Tesla's career. Not only did he cut all his funding, he also blacklisted him, so other people wouldn't go to him for work. So, and that's just one example. There's so many more modern day examples of people working on things like hydrogen engines that basically just run off water, plasma batteries. And every single time someone makes any kind of breakthrough in that field,
it's stopped.
They're either stopped, and if they don't stop, they end up dead. It's every time. Right. There's occasions of people saying, I am not going to kill myself, no matter what. I'm not going to kill myself. 2 weeks later, they're dead, and it's classed as being a suicide. And you just think, well, hold on, you're not going to investigate that a little further, because they were publicly making statements that they are not going to do that. So that is something that probably affects our lives more than we could ever possibly imagine, because we don't know the damage that's being done and the ways that we're being held back, purely just because of greed and the fact that people don't want to lose their profit margins.
That's right, absolutely, and it does come down to greed. We've had CPM shoot off, and we've got Emerald Coast Stackers making a move as well. So thanks to them very much for being with us.
Yes, guys, thank you so much for popping across and having to chat with us tonight. It's been fantastic having everybody here with us tonight, and I hope you enjoyed the rest of your evenings. And don't forget, guys, if you do have a question, because we're having such a involved debate tonight, if you do have any questions. Yeah, well, absolutely. This is why I was really looking forward for you coming on, mate. But if you do, just put the Stat Collector for any questions. It just makes it pop out a little bit easier for me to pick up. But no, guys, thank you so much for joining us. We've got about 20 minutes time till we do the duck race, and you've got another little announcement to make for that, haven't you, buddy?
Yeah, so I am going to put a Bull Mint Phoenix, which is an absolutely stunning coin. I'll try and hold it up and show you. It goes too high. There we go. So that's the Bull Mint Phoenix and a Bull Mint Mustang. And I'm going to put them in, and the winner will get them too as well.
Awesome. Awesome. What a generous guy. And I genuinely mean this, mate. And it's not just me. You've been very generous to me. And I know, you'll say it's because I've helped you out, etc. But it's, it doesn't take away from the fact that you've been very generous with me. But you're also just so generous in general as well, because the amount of giveaways you do on your channel and the stuff you give away is just incredible. Now, I know we spoke about Cobra's auctions earlier today. But one thing we didn't mention is one of my favourite things. Well, actually, there's two things I'd like to bring up. One is the pyramid that Cobra does, and the pyramids are open to literally everybody, aren't they? You don't have to be in Cobra's vault to enter the pyramid, do you? And what he does is every single week he puts an additional thing in the pyramid, and it doesn't get one every week, so it ends up building to be quite a large little pot, doesn't it?
Well, we've had 2 wins over £300 worth of silver and gold. So every week I'll put 1 ounce of silver in. Occasionally I might drop in a 1/10 gold piece in the pyramid as well. So it builds up to quite an amount, and we've had 2 people win massive amounts. One was about 15 ounces of silver. The other one was about, 20 ounces of silver and a 1/10 of gold. And then we draw it every week. I actually missed it in the auction this week. I totally forgot. So it builds up to a nice pot. And as you say, you don't have to be a member. You don't have to be bidding in the auctions to win the pyramid. And the third time, it was actually won 2 weeks after the big one was won. So there was only 2 ounces in it. But it shows you it can be won. Average Stacker says, how do you enter? Well, basically, Average Stacker, you're a member now of the auctions, and it's just in the auction. I'll write a number on a piece of paper. You'll all list the number between 1 and 30. Whoever gets it first rolls a 20-sided die for the pyramid. And if you get the number you chose on the die, then you win whatever's in the pyramid. And that's open, as you say, to everyone. So, yeah, it's great. It's really great. And some massive prizes have been won.
Yeah, no, it is fantastic, and yeah, like Cobra says, it's open to everybody. What he does is once somebody picks the number out of the paper, you've got to pick a second number, haven't you? And then that's between right. 1 and 20, and you've got a silver 20-sided dice, haven't you? And then if you pick the correct number, then you get to win everything inside the pyramid, which is why it gets to be so big. It's not something that's going to be definitely won every single week. So it makes it really worthwhile when somebody does win it, and the pots that we won up to is incredible. Now, if you do become a member of Cobra's channel, that enables you to bid in the auction if you're in the UK, but not only that, you become a member of what's known as the Cobra's Vault, which is a Telegraph group. And one thing that Cobra loves to do on that is run these little spontaneous giveaways. If you become a member, you get a little card that's made out of metal, and it's your Cobra Stacker channel membership card. And what he'll do is he'll ask you to take a photo of that next to, it could be anything, couldn't it? Here we go. Mine's in my wallet and it's not to hand. I wanted to show mine, but you've got yours, which is fantastic. So he may say something like, the first person to show their members card next to a bottle of milk will win something, or the first person to show their members card next to a tree, or next to a leaf, or next to a can of Coke. It could be literally anything. And then all you get is everybody who's a member of Cobra's Vault is just frantically chasing around trying to find it. And then the first person to put that picture onto the Telegram group gets to normally announce the silver, isn't it, on those ones like you did with
so it'll be a piece of silver. I've started upping it and giving them really nice silver, like in assay cards and really special pieces. So yeah, basically what it was, because the membership cost $2.99, there was a reason for doing that, because people could bid in the auction if they didn't have a membership and then just disappear, and it wasn't working. So the membership sort of guaranteed that you were a serious bidder, and that put you into the group. Now the $2.99, number one, YouTube takes their cut, so you get about $1.79.
Yeah.
And I wanted to show people that I wasn't asking you to become a member because I wanted your money. It was really for the security of the auction. So my way of giving back that $2.99 is by giving away silver every week. And so at least 1 ounce is given away every week. And if you win 1 ounce, that's £30, let's say. That's 15 months worth of your no, not 15 months, sorry. That's 10 months worth of your fees on the membership. So it's really to give back.
Yeah, no, and it is. That's 100% true. I remember, back when you first started doing the auctions, because then it was open to everybody, wasn't it? And I can remember the first time somebody let you down and bid for items and built up a bit of a tally, and then you never heard anything from them ever again, did you?
Yeah, that's right.
No,
and it ruins it for everyone, because some genuine other bidders could want that piece and then don't get it because someone has done that. So that's why I had to, it was a really hard decision to make. I didn't want to do it, but it's worked out really well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I just want to respond to Shiny. He said, TSE, how do I enter this week's duck race? You're already entered, Shiny. It was the comment on my community post about Penny Spoon. But if there's anybody in the chat right now that hasn't entered, just let me know in the chat. I can go through all the people I've got in the on the list already. But if you put Penny Spoon on the community post on my channel a couple of weeks ago, because we didn't do the general duck race last week, it was the 1,000 subscriber giveaway. So I said that that community post would roll over to this week. So you're already entered, Shiny. Don't worry about that, buddy. But if anybody wasn't aware of that, just let me know in the chat right now, and we'll look to get you added to the duck race list. Because as I say, it's going to be a good one, because those pieces are absolutely beautiful, aren't they? The Phoenix pieces.
The Phoenix especially is beautiful, but the Mustang as well is absolutely gorgeous. So, a couple of the comments up here, they're talking about some of the giveaways I've done in the thing. So True Legend said LaBelle won the big pyramid. That's correct. McDonald Brilliant said Cobra's had me running to the co-op more times than I can count. So that's what I'll go. If you put your card up next to the Sun newspaper or something, and they run out to the shops, and I'm in hysterics. I'm sorry, I have to say I thoroughly enjoy it. Shiny Stacker says the giveaways are amazing. I won an ounce of silver because I put the card next to a pizza. Mick says in the vault I've won a half-ounce proof Canadian mint, 1 ounce Superman in assay card, and a 1 ounce King Kong in assay card. So there you go. It's real, and it's my way of giving back. So yeah.
No, absolutely. And True Legend, Grant Collins, average stacker, you are on the list, guys. So that's no problem at all. And if there's anybody else, if you did put Penny Spoon on the community list, don't worry, you're already entered. But if there's anybody else who wasn't sure how to, because it's not going to be just for standard pieces, I will just remind people, not only that, you will get the TSC 1 gram Backyard Bullion Custom silver bar, you'll get the TSC sticker, you'll get the Stackers social sticker, and you'll get a TSC poker chip. I don't have any Stackers social poker chips at the moment, so I won't be able to give any of them away until I get some more in. But it'll be the stickers, the Stack Collector poker chip, the 1 gram channel bar, and also the wonderful items Cobra's put in as well. So hopefully that should be that should be a good race. McDonald Bullion, you are in, my friend. Don't worry about that. We've already got you in. Do my comments not show up? Yes, mate. Oh, sorry, buddy. Scrapping, hoarding, tinkering fun as well. SHTF, you are in, buddy. And let's have a look. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I haven't missed anybody else out.
Yeah, I'll just make a deal with you if you're up for it. If you've got time,
go on.
Put me in it as well.
Okay.
If I win, I will double the pot and we race again.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
all right.
I like it.
There's 2 silver coins in there now. Put me in it as well. If I win it, I'll make it 4 silver coins and we'll race again. So that'll be over £100 worth of silver.
Brilliant. But there's one caveat. I'm not going to take you out. So if you win the second duck race as well, you've got to put 8 pieces in. If you win
You
the
got a
third duck race,
You got a deal.
every time you come and think it gets doubled. Oh, brilliant. You say that now, Cobra. Do you know when you've run it 5 times in a row somehow?
I'll be like, oh, the connection's gone by. There you go. Let's make it a bit of fun.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, buddy. You are such a generous guy. And let me just make sure I haven't mixed any more. Baron Vampsky got you in, mate. Yes, Kimchi, I know you entered. Penny spoons are on the move. Penny spoons are loose. I love Kimchi's comments. He always tries to make them sound a little bit like a 90s, 80s TV show. We've had some Musker Hounds related comments before, so yeah, absolutely. Right, let me just make sure I haven't missed anyone. Grant, please let Cobra win, says McDonald Bullying. Cobra, what man, yeah, love it. Yeah, okay. Numis, can you put, I think you might already be in Numis, 1 second. Maybe not. Numis Nutter, okay. Numismatic. Right, so the ones I've just added.
The first time we all want it rigged.
Is that Silverpunk?
No, that was scrapping hoarding.
Oh, okay, yeah. So Silverpunk normally accuses me of rigging them. You see, Scientist Stack says TSC can fix them. Cobra, lol, make him win TSC. I wish I could. I generally do. Let's have a look. Cobra's Telegram group stress the hell out of me every time someone comments. Yeah, because you like trying to find your card and yeah, 100%. I get that. Right, so the ones I've just added are True Legend, Grant Collins, Average Stacker, SHTF, Cobra Stacker, Baron Vampsky, and Numis Nutter. 10 minutes left, guys. Let me know if there's anyone else who's not on the list who would like to be, and because it's a really generous, prize that Cobra's put up, so I wouldn't want anyone to miss out on that. Stu's metal detecting, of course you can, buddy. Stu's metal detecting. You'll have to come up with a phrase for next week's duck race as well, buddy. What are you thinking of?
A phrase in what way? What? What they've got to type in.
Yeah, because it got too much when I was doing it just from the chats. I do nowadays, I put a little community post and then give people a phrase to put on that just to be entered for next week's.
All right, can I be cheeky with this?
Of course you can, mate. Love it.
Join Cobra Stacker's auction.
Love it. Or join Cobra's vault.
Yeah.
Oh, Cobra's gone down. What's going off with your Skype, buddy?
Someone's trying to ring me.
Hold on. There we go. Oh, in fact, you don't mind to. You show your face. Your face came up very, very briefly. It flipped to your monitor. I've took it off the dual screen. I'll put it back on dual screen in a moment. But let me just add you. No worries. You're back on. I'll fade you back in. There we go.
Thank you.
Love it. No, that's fine. I got all panicky then because I was like, oh no, Cobra's face, but you do show yours, so it's not the worst thing.
Yeah, it's no problem. Average Stacker's just said, Cobra, I've emailed you where to send my card. Average Stacker, your card went out this morning, my friend. I'm on it.
Brilliant. Let me just go onto my internet. Create a post. What day is it next week? It is the 15th. So for next week's duck race,
put Cobra Stacker in there so they know it's me, not just a bot.
Yeah, no worries.
So they get the chat.
No worries. 15th for the 5th, not the 6th. What am I saying? Is it what month are we even in? We are in the 6th, aren't we? Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah.
I couldn't even remember, but yes, I put one for next week's duck race, 15th for 6/24, and you have to put on join Cobra Stackers auction to be in with your chance next week. That's all done and dusted. So let's see if KYH is the first one on there again this week. He normally is. Yeah, like Shiny Stacker says, $2.99 is great, guys. Some awesome pieces and cheap bullion always up for grabs. And free quid a month. You can't even get a large cost of £3. You know what I mean? So, you know.
And you'll save it on the coins you buy because they're cheaper than anywhere else. So, yeah, it's all good. Thank you, Shiny, for that.
Yeah. No, absolutely, 100%. And just let me know, guys. We've got just over 5 minutes left, so if there's anybody else who I haven't added yet, let me know, and we'll get you added into the duck race. But yeah, after the duck race, what do you reckon about taking a little stroll down Conspiracy Corner?
Yeah, I'm up for that. You know that.
Yeah, definitely. I'm up for that, mate. And then we'll probably, I was saying to Cobra before we started on this one, we're probably going to go till about 10 o'clock ish, so I can get an early night because I'm absolutely exhausted. And that's the honest truth. I'm just so tired today, but I'm having such a good chat.
No.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But yeah, I'm excited to see who's going to walk away with these coins then, because like you say, they are both fantastic coins, both the Phoenix and the Mustang.
Gorgeous coins, absolutely stunning.
They are. It was Creative Precious Metals who put me onto the Phoenix after you got back from I want to say Belgium, Berlin, not Belgium.
Yeah, that's where we first saw them at the Bullmint stand, sorry, and everyone was round them, and they had some for sale there, and myself and CPM bought some. They sold out in minutes. Really beautiful coins. And I've got 100%. Them now in 1 kilo as well.
Love it. No, they are a fantastic coin. I can't follow you. How many kilo coins you got now?
15 or 16.
Bloody hell. you got more than most people. You got more than most people's stacks just in your kilo coins alone.
Oh well, yeah. I know. I'm a bit cheeky. I love them. I love kilo coins. I think they're great.
Yeah, no. Do you ever feel like getting really fancy, and when you have guests round for drinks, do you ever get them out as coasters?
No.
I would. I'm not even lying. I would. I'd put them out as coasters for my Christmas meal or something, you know.
No, there's some amazing collectibles I've got that I would love to have in a display cabinet. But again, the value of them is so high that you don't really want to do that then. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'd love a beautiful display.
Isn't it true? Isn't it true and also ironic how the nicest pieces you have are the pieces that you see the least because you want to keep them all boxed and keep them nice?
Yeah, absolutely right. And this is the problem. You buy some amazing pieces. And even now, setting up this display here, I loved it because I pulled out some of the stuff that I really, really love. And it's just nice to look at them and see them. But as I say, I'm very privileged and very lucky. Because of the auctions, I see amazing pieces every week. So I'm very lucky like that. But yes, otherwise in general, you box it up, you put it really safely where the boxes ain't going to get damaged or nothing's going to happen to them. And you don't really look at them so much. But I tend to be a bit luckier in that way.
Yeah. No, absolutely, and you're right. I mean, my silver proofs. I've got a couple of items out today. In fact, two of my very favourite pieces: the Hamzahan 2-ounce stackable, and also the 50 Years Dungeons and Dragons Red Dragon 2-ounce piece. Both of them were from your auction. And I just wouldn't own them if it wasn't for your auction because I wouldn't have seen them. Certainly not at a price where I would have liked to have paid. So it goes to show how much good you're doing for the community because you're getting some truly stunning pieces through there, mate. You really are.
Well, have a look at this. This is a 10-ounce Bengal tiger from Pamp. Now, I had never seen these before, and I think it is stunning. They come with a COA as well. What a beautiful 10-ounce bar. Absolutely gorgeous. And I picked up two of them. One will be in next week's auction. But they are Pamp, so they're not your normal price of a 10-ounce bar, but absolutely stunning 10-ounce bars.
Yeah. Our trouble's just turned up, mate.
Oh, Stephen.
Yeah, here he is. Here he is. I love Stephen.
Hey, Stephen. How you doing, brother?
He's a good guy, isn't he, Stephen?
He is.
Yeah, he is.
I get on with him, but the banter between us can get a bit heavy sometimes.
That's true. That's true. With Stephen, it can. The banter is very heavy with that one, but all good fun. All good fun. We've got a quick question before we go to the duck race. Question for Cobra: what is your plan long term for your stack? Is it something you will hold and pass down, or will you eventually sell it all?
Very, very good question, Shiny. At the moment, the way I'm feeling is that I'm holding on to it. I absolutely love it, and it's beautiful. One day in the future, if my plans change and I want to do something big, I might sell it. Maybe, to start the shop or do something like that. I may have to sell it to finance a lot of that. I don't know. I think I'd probably hold it for quite a while. I love it. I enjoy it. And I have no reason to sell it. And if I didn't sell it, and eventually when my time comes, it would be passed down to my missus and my kids. So yeah,
brilliant.
That would be my intention.
Brilliant. And SHTF, nothing came through. Oh, it's just come through now. Scrapping on and drinking from. Thank you very much. That's incredibly kind of you to send that across. I really do appreciate it. It's just sent a super chat across. So thank you so much for that. Great question from Average, but we're going to hit that one when we come back from the duck race because it's 9 o'clock on the dot. Stephen said, what you after? I'm worried you two are being way too nice, lol. Well, don't worry. We don't have to be as nice after the duck race, Macy, if you don't want us to be. That's absolutely no problem whatsoever. But for now, let me get the duck race loaded. What are we saying, a minute?
Whatever you choose, my friend.
Yeah, I think a minute's a good time. So let's have a look how many people we've got in the duck race this week. I'll get them loaded into the names.
I hope I lose.
Everybody wants Cobra Stacker to win. Everybody does. Right, so we've got 38 people in this one. And I'm just going to transfer us over to the duck race now. So give me 1 second, guys. Let's hope this goes well and I don't fade to a black screen. Here we go. Right, if you can let us know when it... are you watching it on YouTube, mate?
I am,
yeah,
yes.
Just let us know when it shows on actual YouTube.
I will do.
Hopefully it shouldn't be long.
Not yet. Still waiting. A minute to win it. And it's up there.
Brilliant. Okie dokie. So, yeah, I think we'll keep the first list of ducks that have come up because we've got some great ducks in this one. I can see Trump duck hiding away up the top there. We've got PC duck, policeman duck. We've got that's two different ones. We've got policeman duck and PC duck. Right, so yeah, without any further delay, let's get this over and find out who's going to go home with the channel bundles and the 2 ounces from Cobra as well. So if you don't mind counting down from 3, as soon as you say go, we will start the race.
3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off, and straight away it's Bobby Duck coming out of the gates in the lead, and that is Baron Vamsky. But it is anybody's race right now. We have a quite large pack up at the front with Dracula Duck. Oh, he's just pulling back, and so is Strawberry Duck, but Spaceman Duck and Queen Duck are flying ahead and have just taken the lead. It is Wolf Stacker, number 20, the Astronaut Duck, in the lead as we're coming up to the final 35 seconds of the race. It can still go literally anywhere, and we have no idea who's going to take this race. We have just come up to the final 25 seconds. Right now, it is Old Man Duck, Steeler Stacker in the lead, very briefly, but he's just pulled back. Oh, it's all changed as we've come up to the final 20 seconds, coming up to the final 15 seconds. Where is it going to go? We've got a pack of plain ducks in the front there. It's currently Nickel Man 5000 in the lead, but with 5 seconds. Oh, he's flown to the back of the pack. It is, I think it's going to be number 15, Francisco Lopez, number 15. Congratulations. Well done, my friend. Let me transition back over. There we go.
Brilliant. So, if you could email either the Stack Collector or myself with your address, and I will get those coins out to you.
Brilliant. Yeah. If you can email me, Francisco, just purely because I've got the channel bundle stuff as well to send out, and then I'll pass the address over to Cobra as well. But congratulations on that one, mate. Very well done. I think everyone wanted Cobra to win that first one, but congratulations to you, Francisco. You did great there, mate. And yeah, don't forget to go across to the community section of my channel and enter for next week's giveaway by pointing in the phrase. Just put Cobra Stacker. Join Cobra Stacker's auction. That was it. You know, anything with Cobra Stacker in will get entered. You know, anything positive.
There you go.
It's got to be nice, and it's got to have Cobra Stacker in it. But yeah, no, absolutely, very well done. Okay, so who was it? Average Stacker. I think it was Average Stacker. Yeah. Okay, so just before the duck race, Average Stacker put a great question in here. It's a question for both of us. What's your thoughts on graded coins? Do you want to start? Yeah, I think that's a great question, isn't it?
Yeah, I can do that. So I like graded coins to a certain extent. So there's several reasons. Number one, it protects that coin, and you've got it graded to a certain extent. It proves it's real straight off the bat, and it has a grading to it. So, for instance, here's one which I absolutely love. This is a Gothic crown, which I got in a PF70, and it's one of my pride and joys. I absolutely love that coin. Now, the thing is, when you're grading your own coins, it can be a bit dodgy. So at the back here, this coin here is £2,500, and it was the King Charles III proof coronation coin, 1 kilo. I sent it off for grading, and it came back a PF69 Ultra Cameo. Now, that can be a bit of a blow to a coin. So a lot of the people who get these coins in slabs, they want a PF70.
Yeah.
And even a slight deviation for them can drop that price quite a bit.
Yeah.
But for me, that coin is always protected. It's mine. It's something I want to keep. And I do love the slabs. I didn't in the beginning. I wasn't very keen on them at all. But I've started grading some of the special coins as well now. So just for the fun of it, that's the Exorcist coin. And I got it graded. And I love the way it came out in this massive slab. So, yeah, I like them. I don't think you should grade all your coins. I definitely don't think you should do bullion coins. And silver can be quite dodgy, as we're seeing with that kilo coin. But the gold ones can be very nice as well. I've got quite a few of my gold graded. If I really like the coin, or if it means something a little bit special to me, I'll grade it. But yeah, so I'm okay with them. I like them. Every so often, I'll go on the silver forum and look in the graded section, see if there's any coins I like in there. But you are going to pay a bit of a premium, and that doesn't always equate to the value of that coin.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think everything you've said is 100% right there with graded coins. There's two ways to look at graded coins, really. And you've touched on it yourself. Now, one is getting coins graded. And that is a complete different kettle of fish than people who only buy graded coins. And there are plenty of collectors out there, you know, serious numismatic collectors that are not interested unless it's a graded coin with that provenance behind it. And you know, that's one way to look at it. If you're doing that, you know, you can buy it pretty much on the nose for what it's worth. Whereas if you're grading a coin yourself, it's a little bit of a lottery. Just like you've said yourself, you know, you send something off, it looks perfect, it comes back with a 69. And you're right, there's a lot of people out there that are only interested in 70s. You know, they don't want to know if it's anything less than a 70. The only graded coin I own is an MS70. So, and the only reason I bought it is because it was an MS70. So that definitely is you know, that definitely is a case now. Sometimes you can get an old coin which is in immaculate condition. You can get it graded, and you can put a lot of value on your pieces by getting a good grade on that coin. You know, it proves that it's legitimate. It, like you say, it keeps it safe going forward. It locks in the grade once it's in that slab and it's graded to that grade. You know, that's the grade it's going to stay. But then on the other side of it, you can end up losing quite a bit of value through grading the coin, because it's not the cheap. You'll know this better than most because you've had coins graded. It's not the cheapest service, is it? So if it comes back and you don't, if you say you bought a coin and it's a proof coin, and you may have spent quite a high premium on it already, then you pay the extra premium to send it off and get it graded, and then it comes back and say it's got a 68 or 69 to it, you probably price yourself out of making profit on that coin. So you're very right in what you're saying, where it can be very hit and miss when it comes to grading. I think grading is kind of like buying premium coins in the first instance. When you're buying proof coins new, a lot of the time they won't hold up in value. A lot of the time you'll make a lot of good money for it. I'm into graded coins. I'm getting more and more into them. It's not a necessity for me. If I find a nice coin at a good price and it's not graded, I'm more than happy to buy it. But I definitely do get the appeal of the graded coins, and it can be a little bit of a bug, can't it? Chasing those MS70s and those PF70s, it really can be. But great question there from Average. McDonald Bullion's put a question in as well. He says, question for both of you: if you could have one numismatic or bullion piece, what would you have and why? Another great question. And before you answer, I just wanted to let Stephen know he had, but seems he's back in the chat and he's brought it back up. We'll start chatting about 50p's again going forward in a moment.
Okay. Well, I don't know if any of you saw, I went to Chard's.
Yes.
And I held in my hand a 1 kilo gold completer coin.
Yeah.
And being that the completer is my favourite, even though I love the Gothic crown as well very, very much, if I could have one piece, it would be the 1 kilo gold completer coin. Absolutely beautiful. If you haven't seen that video, have a look. It's gorgeous.
Yeah. I mean, that's great. A great coin. I'm just going to say 1933 penny. If I could have anything, why not? The 1933 penny. I think you could retire on one of those these days. You know what I mean? So, yeah, if it could be literally anything for 1933 penny. After that, my first, second, and third would probably be the 1933 penny, the 1847 Gothic crown, and then the 1917 London Mint sovereign. That's my top three. If I could own any coin, it would be one of those.
You're very knowledgeable about all those sort of coins, and I have no knowledge about the older coins. So, yeah, you know your stuff.
Yeah, no, they're three very, very sought after coins. Very difficult to get hold of. The 33 penny, I think there was only something like 7 of those ever minted. So pretty much no chance of getting one. I think the last one sold at auction for £250,000. So they are literally the holy grail when it comes to collecting. The 1847 Gothic crown, if you were going to buy one, the cheapest you're looking at, and this is like where it's near enough worn down to a completely flat surface, but you can just make out the date, something like that's going to start at about £5,000, and to a fairly decent example is going to be about £10,000 onwards. And with the 1917 London Mint sovereign, that's because we paid a debt to America. Sent them pretty much all of these gold sovereigns that were produced in the London Mint in 1917. We sent them all off to America to pay off a debt to them, and they melted them down for the gold content. So there's very, very few 1917 London Mint sovereigns around. But fantastic question, and I think you gave a great answer as well. The 1 kilo gold completer coin. I mean, that's just.
It's just stunning.
Absolutely. Shiny's got a question for you. What are you stacking personally at the minute? I know you like to pick up some of the nice collectibles you get from time to time, but you are personally stacking more. But are you personally stacking more gold or silver?
Very simple answer to that: gold. So yes, you're absolutely correct. I love my collectibles. And a lot of what you see that I sell in the auction, a lot of the nice pieces like the katana down here, I will take one for myself. But if I'm just talking about gold and silver, it's gold all day long. Gold consistently over the years goes up. whereas silver is very volatile, even though saying that gold is absolutely volatile at the moment and has been the real bane of my life recently because I bought quite for the auction
Yeah.
at a high price
Yeah.
and then it drops. But that's how it goes. But yes, gold all day long, and I will carry on with that. Last year, I think I managed to get just over a kilo of gold in 1 ounces and fractional. This year, maybe slightly less, but yeah, still aiming to get quite a bit of gold. So yeah, gold's my thing.
Brilliant. And what did it cost per coin to get your items graded? This is a question from
So it
Curbside
depends on the
Classics.
coin. Yeah, it depends on the coin. So a kilo coin can cost you 80, 90 quid. Something smaller can cost you 30, 40 quid. But I use, what's his name? Come on, you're going to have to help me with this.
Oh, you used Gold Digger Dave.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Gold Digger Dave is absolutely brilliant. I ring him up. I say, look, I've got a few pieces I want graded. I send them off to him. He does everything. He will list it. He will send it off to the office in London. They send it off to America. It gets graded. It comes back to him, and then he charges you a fee for his service. And it's reasonable, the fee that he puts on top. So it really does make a difference to what the coin is and what slab size they're going to use. But it's not extortionately expensive, but it does cost a bit. So the last 3 coins I got done, one was a kilo, and then the 2 special ones you see in the back. And it probably cost me about 300 altogether. That was the shipping there, shipping back, grading, the whole lot. So yeah, I suppose it's not cheap. And you've got to take into account, you've got to add that to the value of the coin as the cost. But I like it. But be picky on what you grade.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, absolutely. If you know, if it's not important to you to have it graded, definitely be picky, because you know it may not come back with a grade that you're hoping for. And yeah, I think that's very, very well said there, mate. Stephen said, well, if you're going to talk about 50p's, I'll go and watch paint dry. Far more interesting. That is not true. That is not true. No, we've got some of the 50p crew in the chat. We were talking earlier. Blistering Barnacles is here. Cranky Stacker was in earlier. And look, you know, I know the 50p's aren't for everyone, and I get that, I do. But they are a great coin to collect, and the 50p's get a lot of people into coin collecting purely because you got the commemoratives in circulation, and people just they get them in the change. They look at them and think, oh, what's that? They then go onto eBay and see a Benjamin Bunny priced at £10,000 and think they've got a £10,000 coin. But they're good. They're a great laugh, and they're a lot of fun to collect. But I get they're not for everyone. They're more of a coin collector thing than a stacker thing. And especially when you look at the price of the 50p silver proofs, pound for gram, they're a lot more expensive than the 1 ounce pieces as well. So yeah, I've started getting just mainly the bunk versions myself recently, and I'm very, very selective on what silver proofs I'm buying right now, especially with the 50p's, because I think it's around £75 for the 50p, which is 8 grams of sterling silver, and then you've got £100, just over £100, about £103 now for the 1 ounce, so that's 31 grams of pure silver. So if you look at 8 grams of sterling silver at 75 odd quid and 31 grams of pure silver at 100 quid, it works out a lot cheaper to buy the actual 1 ounce proofs. Stephen said, here we go.
I mean, 50p's ain't really my thing.
Yeah, I get that.
I've never had a real thing about them. And if it's not pure silver, I'm really not interested. I don't even like to have sterling silver, to be honest. Though there are some bits in sterling silver which are absolutely beautiful. I've got a very nice set, which is 50 pieces of 2 ounce sterling silver with the monarchs all the way through.
Yeah, I remember
showing. It's stunning.
I remember you showing me that when you first got it. It really is a stunning set. It really, really is. I quite like sterling silver coins. I think it's because I started off as a coin collector, and all the old silver coins were sterling silver. But I completely get nowadays. Wanting to get the 349s fine silver. It's easy enough to produce these days. I mean, back in the day, it wasn't possible to produce a pure silver coin. The refining technology just wasn't there, which is why you got things like 90% and 925 sterling silver, etc. But I often question why they still produce the certain proofs in 925 sterling silver, and rather than just doing them all in fine silver these days. I think I think that would make a lot of sense. Stephen said the next Tudor Beasts will be released in July, so I'm told. I am told the same thing, buddy. I believe it's going to be July for the next bullion of the Tudor Beast, which is going to be the Welsh Dragon, isn't it?
I'm not sure which one it is, because it would be appropriate to have the Welsh Dragon, just being the year of the dragon as well. But yeah, I can't wait, because it's been a long time waiting for the next one to come out.
Yeah.
We're ahead on the proofs, we're behind on the bullion.
Yeah.
And I always get a 1 ounce quarter ounce gold, and then 3 1 ounce silvers, 3 10 ounce silvers as well.
Yeah.
So yeah. That is one set I'm collecting, and I love it.
Absolutely. And that's why I think it's going to be the Welsh Dragon next, because that was the last one we had in bunk and proof. So as long as we do it in order, which I can't see why they wouldn't, but who knows?
They don't.
Yeah,
they don't.
Because
you had Seymour Panther come out first in proof, and we haven't even had it.
No, yeah, that one hasn't been done in bullion yet. But they do say, I've been told by somebody at the Royal Mint that they are actually going to do a bullion in that at some point. But after the Seymour Panther,
they will.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, after the Seymour Panther, we've done them all in the order that they did the bunks in.
Yeah.
So that's what makes me think it's going to be the Welsh Dragon bullion next. And they're behind on so many series with the bullions. It's like the James Bond. We've literally only had I think it's the third bullion coin now. Is it the second or third bullion in the James Bond?
So I've got that collection in proof, and we've had 4 of them.
Improve.
Bullion.
Yeah. Yeah, and bullion, I think we've just had the third, haven't we? Or is it the second?
I think you're right on that one, yeah.
Yeah.
Second one was a helicopter. Third one, I think, is a hovercraft, and I have seen it somewhere.
Yeah, I think the first one was the gyrocopter, wasn't it? And the second was the Lotus Elise, was that not?
Not sure. If that's the case, then it has gone in a different order to the proofs.
Yeah, I'm not 100%.
Looking for...
I know I've got all of the ones.
Sure.
I've got all the I've got all the bunks, and I've picked up all the bullions that we put out. And I'm sure the one we've just brought out was the Lotus Elise. I'm sure it was in the bullion.
Right,
that is.
You might be.
Yeah,
not sure.
And I know the latest proof was the hovercraft, so that's one that's just come out in both Brilliant Uncirculated and Proof. But I seem to remember it was the Lotus Elise. That was the last one. I like this one from Coin Noob. Coin Noob says only people who don't have a Kew Gardens moan about 50p's, and I think if anybody has a Kew Garden, it definitely piques their interest in 50p's. 100%. Did you manage to get your?
I haven't got one.
Yeah, you were trying to hunt one down for a little while, weren't you?
I was, but as I say, so I did it just to have one,
Yeah.
really. But then I thought, I don't even collect 50p's. I don't have an interest in them. So why am I going to go hunting for that? So yeah, I thought it might be nice to have one, and so I was looking, and then I stopped looking.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I get that because I've told you this before, but I so very nearly bought myself a PF70, and it's pure,
Right.
and it was going to be the Gothic Crown. I very very nearly bought myself a PF70 Gothic Crown, and it was only because you and Coin Noob have one. I was like, oh, well, I want one now. So I was looking at one. And I remember I thought, you know what? I could buy a number of coins for the same price as this one coin. And maybe one day in the future, but for now, I'll let it pass. And, so I get that. I do get that. Every now and again, you do see...
And I think that's a very good point that you've made there, that don't follow anyone else. Do what you want to do. So if you want something, then by all means go and get it.
Yeah.
But don't just get it because a couple of people you know have got it and, I've got to have one. Just yeah, don't do that. Just get what you really want, and then you will love your collection.
Yeah, 100%. But likewise, there's nothing wrong with seeing something on somebody's channel and thinking, oh, I've got to buy that. You know, I mean, there's been
Yeah,
so many.
if you love it, go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been so many things I've seen on other people's channels, and I just hadn't seen it anywhere else. And I think that's one of the great things about having so many stacking channels is, you know, every now and again someone will show something. It's like, oh my God, I never even knew that existed. I've got to buy that. You know what I mean? So, you know, I do love seeing all the different stuff on different people's channels. But like you say, you know, buy it if you love it. If you generally do love it, buy it by all means. But, you know, if it just because it's something that somebody else has got, never go into fads and buy stuff just because, you know, other people have it. I think that's very well put. CY said he thought it was going to be the Tudor Dragon. I do think it's going to be the Tudor Dragon. It's going to be the next bullion. But you know, like we've just been saying, who knows with the Royal Mint right now? They're all over the place with their releases, so it could be anything. Kimchi says he's a fan of the Paddington 50p's. I think that's a nice little collection. I do. He said they were circulating coin, which they were, and I think that also really helps. I don't think they put enough of the new commemorative coins into circulation. I think it's pretty pointless when they create all these new commemorative coins and then only sell them as brilliant or uncirculated. Me personally, I think every single £2 and 50p that is minted should be put into circulation. They're circulating coins, and I think, you know, if you're just doing it as a commemorative and not putting any into circulation whatsoever, you know, that just, it feels a bit like a cash cow to me. And I get that impression with Royal Mint quite a lot, where, you know, they're not too concerned on producing great quality work. They're more concerned on just producing things that are going to sell. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. The Royal Mint, look, we've seen it with loads of stuff of theirs. And this is the mistake that they made with the Monarch series. They brought out so many series out to try and cash in on them and get money off people. And then they brought too many out. People can't afford to have every series. So it is a money thing.
Yeah.
And then, you know, they had to stop the Monarchs. And that was something that has hit the public massively. The feedback is terrible for them. But in some ways, I think sometimes they don't even care because they make enough money, and so, you know.
Yeah, and I think that's
what it is.
I think that is the problem. You know, they're making the money. I think a lot of the times, you know, they've got people over the barrel. There's a lot of completists out there. I myself, I'm a completist. You know, when I get into something, I want to do it all. It's with everything.
Yeah.
If I play a video game, and I haven't played one in years, but when I used to play video games, completing the story wasn't completing the game to me. I had to keep playing until I got that 100% achievement. And I'm very much like that in my life. And, you know, it really frustrates me that the Royal Mint are producing so many series that it's becoming impossible for the average guy just to keep up with them. You know what I mean? Like, you know.
Absolutely. And then if they're not making the money on a series, they've stopped it.
Yeah.
Well, that's your fault for putting it out there. But so many people were stung because they were, 5 or 6 coins? They even bought them in gold.
Yeah.
So they've put a lot of money into it, and now you've got half a set, which is worth nothing.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, obviously it's metal value, but, you know, as a set, it's worth nothing.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely. And it's like, so many people are correct, in my opinion, when they've said all they should have done is reduce the mintage figures. If you weren't selling them, don't make as many, but complete the set for the people who are really interested in completing the set. You know, I don't think there's any excuse for just disbanding a set halfway through when you've got people vested into it, like what you've said there. You know, so hopefully we won't see that kind of thing going forwards, but you know, who knows? It would disappoint me if they did anything like cancel the Tudor Beasts. You know,
they won't.
Yeah,
they won't cancel the Tudor Beasts now. That's confirmed that they won't do it. So,
good.
Yeah, I was a bit worried about that, but they're not going to do that.
Yeah, that's good to know. True Legend said, question: do any of you guys have a coin you carry? I have a 1922 silver dollar which I just fidget with and keep on me constantly with no care for its well-being, just enjoy it messing with. Yeah, so do you have a carry piece?
So I don't carry it everywhere, but my logo is off a real coin, and I have that coin in silver. and it goes on holiday with me wherever I go on holiday. And it has been diving, it's been next to sharks, it's been next to manta rays. So it's been all over the world. And so whenever I go on holiday, that silver coin does come with me, and it goes diving, and I'll take photos of it and all sorts.
Oh, very cool, very cool. I do have one I carry with me everywhere. I can't remember the year of it. It's one of the Nui Darth Vader coins. This one right here. What's the year of it? I've got one of those little pocket piece pouches that Cyber Soundman makes, and I have it on my keyring, and inside that I have I think it's a 2019 Darth Vader limited edition Nui coin, and it's a brilliant coin. It got a few scuffs on it, which is why I keep it in the. It doesn't matter to me that it's in the pouch, getting all nicely toned. But that's the coin I carry with me everywhere, because it's on my keyring. So everywhere my keys go, it comes with. So yeah, great question though, and that's. I know a lot of people out there do like to have a carry piece. I think I've always associated silver with good luck. I don't know why. I think it might be because of a lucky silver sixpence.
Right.
So yeah, I think it's quite good luck having a little silver coin with you. Kimchi's put a comment up here, says a lot of people, more than say so, stopped collecting after Liz passed and are quietly hovering up the key coins from her last 10 years. Hint, they are not the Qs. There are far rarer ones. Oh yeah, there's absolutely a lot rarer coins than the Kew Gardens. There's a lot of rarer coins than Kew Gardens, and Kew Gardens is one I like to bring up quite regularly, because it shows how much value popularity can give to a coin. Kew Gardens isn't even the most rarest 50p. There's rarer 50p's than the Kew Gardens.
You mentioned that before.
Yeah, absolutely. The 1992 Euro presidency has a much smaller mintage than the Kew Gardens, but that coin will go for the rarest ever 50p will go for about £60, whereas a beat up circulated Kew Gardens nowadays will go for around £150. So there are a lot of much rarer coins out there. I also understand what he says, because I don't know about you, I've definitely had comments on my channel since Queen Elizabeth passed, just basically stating how much people don't like King Charles and just don't like the fact that he's on the coinage. I know that it has bothered quite a few people. So I don't know if you've ever seen any kind of kickback from that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, this is something that came up in the What Podcast chat from today about King Charles and the royal family and all that lot. King Charles is not loved as much as the Queen, but you have to remember, generations have grown up with the Queen. Generations. Yeah. Whereas King Charles is just in. It's a big change and people don't like it. Now, to me personally, our monarchy's on there, whoever it is, whether it's the Queen or King Charles. Obviously, the Queen has had a massive influence on all of our lives, and so we affiliate towards her more. Does it bother me that King Charles is on the back of the coin? Not at all. No, it doesn't make any difference to me at all. And will he be on there for long? Probably not.
I don't think so.
Therefore, I mean, there was millions and millions and millions of coins made with the Queen. There won't be so many with the King. So, and especially the Crown King, any coins with the Crown King, I think we will only see the ones from the coronation, because it is only on very special events or anniversaries that you'll have a crowned King coin. So therefore, those coins are going to be something worth holding on to, I think, maybe in the future, if he doesn't last in the monarchy too long.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100% there. Everything you've just said. Me personally, I think the only other time we're going to see the crown portrait are going to be jubilees. So, say the silver jubilee, gold jubilee, platinum jubilee, etc., etc., and the memorial one if he ever passes. I think they're the only times we're going to see the crowned effigy again.
But you're not going to see a jubilee for him.
No, I don't think you will. I don't think if he ever got to a jubilee, I think they would use it on that. But I agree with you. You're not going to see a jubilee for. I don't think he's going to be, reigning for that long. But I'm with you, mate. It makes no odds to me. To be fair, I'm really looking at the obverse of a coin. It's all about what's on the reverse for me, because I'm buying different collectible series coins.
Yeah.
It's always the other side of the coin that I'm looking at. So it's not the biggest issue to me. I understand people's personal politics becoming involved. I understand that King Charles, I mean, the guy's never had a lot of good press, has he? If you look back for decades, the way he was portrayed in Spitting Image in the 80s, the hoo-ha about the divorce and getting married to Camilla in the 90s, early 2000s. He's had... The thing with King Charles is very rarely being in the news for positive reasons, which were many positive reasons and a lot of good he's done. I was a huge fan of a Prince's Trust Fund, where he helps young entrepreneurs, etc. So there was a lot of stuff like that he was doing right. But I think I'm not his biggest fan. Don't get me wrong, I'm not his biggest fan, but I think he's had a...
And the other side you've got to look at is that the younger generation have no affiliation to him at all. They did maybe to a certain extent to the Queen, but then the next one was William.
Yeah.
And that's where the younger generation are. So when William comes into power, that's where a lot of the following will build up again, and he'll have a longer reign as well.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I think we'll have a long reign. I think you're right there. I don't think King Charles will have a particularly long reign. You've got to look at his health issues. I heard, completely speculation. So don't. I'm knocking my microphone. Sorry, guys. But I heard, with his cancer, I heard something about him having 2 years or being diagnosed with 2 years. I don't know how true that is. It was portrayed as a leak, so it could be it could be nonsense. But it's like I said at the time of the diagnosis, he doesn't have to die for him to advocate. It could just be too much for him to deal with these medical issues and also all the formal engagements that he has to do as king. And there's a very good chance he might turn around and say, it's too much for me. I'm at a stage in my life now. All I want to do is, just relax and enjoy my remaining years. And for that reason, he may just pass the throne on. We don't know. I think there's a very good chance that could happen.
I agree. I think that is what will happen.
Yeah, no, I do. That's what I see happening there. Coin Noob said, Cobra, I'm with you on that. Yes, I miss seeing her on the coins, but I'm used to Charles now and love the crown version of precious metals. Yeah, no, it really disappoints me that we don't have the crowned effigy on the coins as a standard version, because it just looks so much better, doesn't it? It's a real shame, but it's like people...
It does.
Yeah, but then again, it's like...
That's tradition, though.
Yes.
The king's portrait is only crowned on jubilees or coronations and memorials.
It is for British coins, which is quite interesting, because when you look at territory coins, like the Canadian coins, Australian coins, it's like the George V and George VI, they had the crowned portrait just as their portrait in the coin, whereas we only had it on the coronation coin. So that's one thing that's really annoyed me, because you look at these foreign coins like Canada, Australia, etc., and whereas we had the non-crowned version, they had the crowned version going into circulation. So it has happened in other places before, but it's like I suppose one thing, it does keep that crown portrait special on the coronation coins. Absolutely. And one thing you mentioned earlier, I just want to say I think you're 100% right on when you said about the crown, the coronation coins, the crown coins will do well over time. Coronation coins always do better than a general coin for that same year. If you look at some of the coronation crowns, like the 1902 Edward VII, can be very difficult to get hold of. The 1950 isn't too bad. That's fairly easy to get hold of, but it's definitely commands more of a premium than other coins of that time. So I definitely agree with you. I think the coronation coins will do well over time, and I think it's always a good idea to pick up any coronation coin, whether it be Wills or whoever going forward, because I do think they'll do well very over time.
Yeah.
Okay, so Average Stacker said he will pass it down early as he's not. Yeah. Like we said, I think that's right. Luke says, I ain't a fan of any of the royalty. Not my cuppa. Diana was all right, but she only married in it, and they done her off. Well, that's certainly a conspiracy we could talk about. What are your thoughts on the old Diana thing?
I agree. She was, with a Muslim, pregnant, and could they allow that to happen? I don't think they could. And therefore, I agree that there was some sort of thing that happened there which just didn't seem right. I mean, look, realistically, yes, she could have been, or there could have been the paps around the car as they went in the tunnel and it caused an accident. But I don't believe so. I know close protection driving and all that sort of stuff, and I can't see that happening as an accident. So Fayad's father made a big deal about saying his son had been killed, and I actually agree. I think it's too easy to say that. It was more convenient for her to be off like that in many ways, where Charles wanted to move on, where there was a lot of controversy over the whole relationship with Fayad and with the pregnancy and all that as well. So I think it was a problem for him.
Okay, I'll be honest with you. I don't want. It's one I don't like to make a call on, because I accept everything you just said. Yeah. I do think it was a very, very convenient for the royal family. If nothing else, it was very convenient. So I'm not going to. I wouldn't say no. It definitely wasn't. It definitely wasn't. But it's like you said. Could it have been a car accident? Yes. I mean, could it possibly been a car accident? But at the same time, they were planning to do something else if that didn't happen anyway. But yes, you know what I mean. So I think there's definitely a possibility that something happened there. We spoke earlier on in the chat about people being quiet and shut up, and the fact that stuff genuinely does happen, and it genuinely does happen. So
all the time.
Yeah, it's true. It does. So definitely a very, very, very interesting one. I'll still remember the day. I mean, I know you're a bit older than me, so you probably remember it better. But I'll never forget the day that Princess Diana died. And I was young. I was a young kid. I think it was about 11, 12 years old or something like that. And I just remember I was waiting for the Saturday morning cartoons to come on. I was like, when's this news broadcast going to end? And I could watch cartoons. And then obviously it was just rolling news all day long. And I think I ended up going fishing that day on the River Trent in Nottingham. But yeah, I'll never forget it's weird, isn't it? Some news stories break, and you generally don't ever forget where you were when you heard it first, do you?
Well, you say that. I cannot remember for the life of me where I was. But, I mean, look, my life has been so hectic and so busy. I agree. Many, many people will remember exactly where they are at certain key moments. I honestly couldn't tell you where I was or what I was doing on that day.
Yeah.
And that's the truth.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I'm terrible.
But there'll be other things, there'll be other things where you'll never forget where you were on that day. You know what I mean? Even if that's not one of them, I'm sure there'll be other things like, really stuck out to you? Kimchi's put, you have, I assume he's meant to say you have too much respect for the monarchy, TSC, with respect, in my very honest opinion. I could accept Liz and I have no axe to grind against Charles, but I think a lot of people have sadly dropped off. No, I think you're right there. And you think I'm a bit of I'm a little bit of a traditionalist. The monarchy we have doesn't do a lot. It's more for show than anything. And there's some heritage and tradition I would like to carry on, but it becomes very difficult. And I know we've talked about this off of YouTube, especially with British history not always being the most bright history. There was a lot of colonialism, etc., etc. But I enjoy having, I quite like the fact that we've got a king, and we've still got a king all these years. And as far as I'm concerned, as long as they're not in the papers, disgracing themselves like they have recently, I'm not massively against it, but I understand, especially with the younger generations coming up, that they do see it as an outdated concept which has no bearing in the modern world, and that is pretty much true. There's a lot to that, but I'm the kind of guy, I get up and I sing God Save the King before football or sporting events, that kind of thing. And I don't know. I think you see so many changes in the world. I think it's just sometimes it's nice to have certain things just stay the way they were. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, look, I have no disrespect towards the royal family at all. Yes, certain things in the past with the monarchies involved, I don't agree with. But at the end of the day, if you look at the world, we are highly respected and looked at because of our monarchy. So it doesn't do us any harm in that way. King Charles hasn't got the same pull as Queen Elizabeth had, and has not got the same love around the world as she had. And so for generations, the younger generations now, the monarchy doesn't mean as much as it did to the older generations. I will always respect it. I am British, and that is part of my heritage and my life. So yeah, I mean, I haven't got a massive affinity to them. It's not something that's really important to me, but I do respect our monarchy, and I respect the fact that we have it. So yeah, that's where I sort of stand on it.
Yeah. No, I just want to agree with what Baron Vansky said. He put, I would sooner have a king or queen head on a coin than an MP, and I'm with you 100% there. Yeah, 100%. Yeah,
absolutely agree with that. No doubt at all.
Yeah. True Legend said, Stat Collector, you must be around 38. I remember sat watching cartoons at my dad's at roughly the same age, and the news coming on, which I shouted my dad, who was glued to the TV for the rest of the day. I'm a couple of years older than 38. I turned 40 this year, but yeah, not bad guess there at all. But I assume it was the same for a lot of people around our age, on that day, because it was Saturday morning. You were off school, and you had your routine of getting up on a Saturday, turning the SMTV Live or whatever it was at the time on, and all you had for the whole day was just these news bulletins, which I was too young to care about, really. You know what I mean, at the time. But yeah, I think that's very well put. Sooner have a king or a queen than an MP. Stu's Melt Detection says, I feel sorry for the up and coming with how it all is at the minute. Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with that. I think that's touching back onto what you were saying about your chat with Cobra, your Cobra, with Camel and CPM. Society's going a bit. I struggle to understand it myself these days. I'm only 40 years old, and I look at it now, and it's like, what went wrong? Where did it go wrong? When did it go wrong? There's a lot of stuff there. So
there's some major changes, I think, in the next few years. I think it's going to be very hard for people my age. It's going to be a hard adjustment for middle-aged people like yourself. I think the younger generation, the younger they are, the more they'll be just fed into the new system, and they will be okay with it. So yeah, I think for the older generations, it's going to be a hard change. But we've done our time, so we'll just carry on with our lives, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Blistering Barnacle says, it feels like the king has no meaning now. I understand that, but at the same time, a monarchy is not the best way to run a country. It's got to be some sort of democratically elected leader. You can't just have people, in charge and not to have done anything to earn that leadership, like being born into the role of a king. That's why we've had so many atrocious kings and dictators in the past. So yeah, I don't think there's any. I don't really think there's a place in the modern society for kings and queens to be rulers. Do you agree with what I'm saying there?
Yeah, I mean, the king doesn't rule things. I know, when Parliament happens and certain decisions have to be passed up to the king, but it's not him running the country or making decisions. He's just signing off stuff like a new prime minister and all that. So yeah, look, I think Ray made a comment which said, look, we're better off having them than not having them. For the image of the country and for us, yeah, I agree with that. Do you know what I mean? There's no harm in having them. They don't run the country in any way, shape, or form. They don't make any vital decisions. And so I don't see the issue with it as such. Financially, yes, all right, you could sort of argue that they're a burden on the country, but I think our government puts a lot more burdens on us, and our taxes are so high because of what the government does more than what the monarchy does. And the monarchy, again, does bring in money into the country. There's no doubt about that in tourism and all that sort of stuff. And if you look at Americans or you talk to any American, they're very sort of into the royal family and all that sort of stuff. I think we should respect that and have our own sense of, happiness or respect that we have a monarchy. I agree with you totally. No monarchy should be ruling the country or making major decisions. But, I've got nothing against them. I'm quite middle of the road with it, really. It doesn't bother me either way, but I'm quite happy to have them.
Yeah, it sounds like you're pretty much singing from the same hymn book as I am. You're not massively against them. You wouldn't want them to be in charge, but you're happy enough with the situation as it is. And you're right in what you're saying there. They do bring a lot of tourism to the country. They do bring a lot of money in that way, and equally, like you just said, there's far bigger drains on the economy than the royal family. There are far bigger drains than that, and expenses that don't bring anything back in through tourism or anything like that. So yeah, I'm pretty much with you on that one, mate. I am. Just having a quick look at the chat here. Kimpsey said my nephew was a genius at 10 years old. He went to a crap school, and now his innate intelligence has been taught out of him. He is clueless. I think there's a lot to be said about that. I think that's more the educational system that we have at the moment.
It's indoctrination.
Yes. Yeah, 100%.
I'm sorry. I think our education system is totally screwed up. It's indoctrinating our youth. When you get to the levels of college and university, it's very left now, and it's very woke.
Yeah.
And I think it's absolutely ridiculous, and we are ruining the next generation, absolutely ruining them, and we're gonna suffer it. We're gonna suffer it in the future.
Yeah. We're forcing the young generation to have certain opinions on things, aren't we? As a society, through like you say, the indoctrinations. Things are being drilled into children very, very young, and it's perhaps things that they should be able to mature a little bit before they start even considering these things. When you see some of the books that have been found in very young schools, and I'm sorry, it doesn't matter to me where you stand on that stance. It's just not something that should be in schools in the first place. You know what I mean? It boggles my mind sometimes when you see, you mentioned Piers' new YouTube channel earlier. Big fan of it. I don't always agree with Piers. Sometimes I do agree with him. Sometimes I disagree with him. One thing I love about Piers Morgan is how he, promotes discourse and gets people talking about these things. And I think that is so important, to have that freedom of discourse. But nowadays, through the indoctrination you were referring to, a lot of the times people are scared to talk about certain subjects. It's going back to what you were saying earlier on this new podcast. I think it's fantastic.
That's the whole point of the podcast. We will talk freely. I'm not being silenced by, if you talk about this, or if you say that you're a bigot, you're a racist, you're homophobic, you're this, that, and the other. But there's several levels to this. It's not just all that side of it. And we all know what we're talking about. We're talking about the trans community, this, that, and the other. And they're being indoctrinated that it's okay for a man to dress as a woman, call himself a woman, and he is a woman. No, he isn't. Science doesn't believe that. I don't believe that. No one really believes that. But they are being told that this is the way to be inclusive, that we must talk about it. But it's not even that. It's when you come down to things like socialism, communism, and capitalism, they don't understand it. And they go on about, we should have socialism and we should have communism. And all. Go and live in a socialist country. In fact, there ain't no socialist countries because they don't work. Or go and live in a communist country and see how your life is ruled, and then turn around and say something. Capitalism has its problems, but it encourages people to push themselves, to be creative, to start businesses, and to achieve. And what you're doing is you're taking all of this away from people, and you're taking, you're making the whole lot weaker, more dependent, and more offended by everything that's going on in the world. And listen, it all links up to me. And again, please, guys, if you like these sort of conversations, go to the podcast, the What Podcast, and our conversation is there tomorrow. It all links up with breaking down society, breaking down the family, absolutely causing chaos and infighting between us at the lower levels so that they can dismantle a system now which is breaking and bring in a new system where we're all so weak and dependent on them that we'll just go, yes, we'll accept everything you're giving us because we need you. Rubbish, absolute rubbish, and it aggravates me.
Yeah, and that's, let's get it straight. That is what they want. They want society to be dependent on them. They don't. Absolutely. They don't want self-sustainability in society. They do not want that at all. And you're right, mate. I'll be honest with you. When I do these stack chats, I'm very often thinking to myself, "Oh, be careful what you say here. Be careful what you say about that." And it shouldn't be that way. People should feel like they're free to talk about these things. And it's like you were saying about the trans situation. Now, look, if someone wants to call themselves, if they want to be born a man and then become a woman, and they want to be called a woman, look, to that level, I'm fine with it. Out of courtesy, I'm more than okay. But then there's serious issues involved, such as should that person be allowed inside a female changing room where there could be a 6-year-old there? And I personally, I don't want this situation where there's a 6-year-old girl in a changing room seeing a male. A penis, I don't want that. I also, I don't think it's fair to have people that were born biologically a male live 25 years of their life as a male, then all of a sudden decide they want to change their gender and then enter into UFC, the female league of UFC, just like Fallon Fox. I know Fallon Fox was eventually defeated. But let's be honest, as a male contender, Fallon Fox did nothing. Never got anywhere.
And that's why he did what he did.
Yeah, and then he became one of the top of the league. And again, he was eventually defeated, but went across to the female league and just demolished people. And I personally don't think that's right. Now, I'm all up for having a male league, having a female league, and having a unisex league where literally anyone can compete. And if it's down to the woman, if they want to compete against males, let them.
But the unisex league is going to be male. So,
it's going to be dominated by males. Yeah,
exactly. Be realistic. Yeah. It's going to be male.
Yeah.
The problem is not. Look, I really have nothing against gays, lesbians, trans, whatever. As you said, live your life.
Yeah.
We really don't care. But when you start bringing in about pronouns, nouns, this, that, and the other, now, I am not calling anyone the, fee, foo, please give yourself a break. You know what I mean? It ain't all about you. We got emails now coming into the business on security, and at the bottom of the email, it'll have the person's name, and then it will have gender or whatever it is, and it will say she, her, or fee, fo, fi, fum. Do you know what I mean? And I had a discussion with my business partner about it. I said, I refuse to reply to an email and put pronouns down there. I'm not doing it. And he goes to me, yeah, but, this is the way things are now. And, financially, it's business. I said, I don't care. If we agree with it and we start allowing it, we are saying it is okay. It is not okay.
But the problem is what they've done is they've perpetuated this culture where people are afraid to say anything other than the narrative that's forced down the necks. Yeah. They're afraid that we're going to get cancelled or we're going to get, a lynch mob against them. And that is tyranny. That's actually tyranny in itself, And the problem is, like you said earlier, this is coming from the far leftists. Yeah. And they're meant to be the most liberal people. But they're not. But they're not. They're literally the most tyrannical of people because you have to live by a very, very strict set of rules and guidelines. And what you were saying earlier about capitalism. Now, I personally think that any society should be predominantly driven through capitalism. I don't think capitalism in itself is the way, purely because unchecked capitalism, we've seen and we've touched on how that leads. You get people that get so much power, they monopolise things, and there has to be some kind of safety net against that. So you need a little bit of a mix with predominantly capitalism with certain socialist aspects, such as I think the NHS. I think you need to have a good mix there. And I personally myself believe that the right answer is not found on either side in the far left or right. It's more central.
I think it's a lot more damaging from the far left because even I just read something Silverpunk said, and he's absolutely right. He goes, never mind free speech, there isn't free thought now. And he's absolutely right. Yeah. Look, the thing is that the left side of it, the right side will have a debate and will have a discussion about it. The left side will not even debate it. The minute you question them, and their arguments break down all the time because they don't make sense.
That's what
they just start shouting and calling you a Nazi, a hip, this, that, and the other. Yeah. Absolute rubbish. Do you know what I mean?
You're right. You're right. You are right. You are, and I think we get into the stage. I think we've reached a stage where far leftism is much more damaging to society than far rightism. Because what is the far right? Far right is people like racists, that kind of thing. And we've got to be honest, it just isn't as predominant in society as it used to be, and it's becoming less and less predominant. I'm not saying there's not still racist people out there. There are still racist, But if you look at the actual institution itself, now, there's laws against racism. You can't not be given a job just because of the colour of your skin, and you've got all these things in place nowadays, which supports that kind of thing.
It makes me sick. I was born in the 70s. If you want to know about racism, let's go back to the 70s and early 80s, and I'll show you racism in your face, blatant, right? Yeah. Racism now, yes, there's bits of racism. Of course there is. Absolutely. And even in jobs, someone may be given the higher position or promoted higher and someone's left behind. And even that's going out, it's phasing out as well. Do you know what I mean? But let's not talk about racism as it was back in the 70s and 80s with the skinheads and all that stuff. The kids now that shout racism and all that lot all the time are talking absolute crap. They have no idea about racism. So, that side of it as well. Yeah, it's a joke. It just it won't be up. It won't.
And it goes back to what you were saying earlier, whereas far rightism isn't as much as a problem. 50 years ago it was a huge problem. It was a huge problem in society. It really was. Absolutely. Right now, what's a huge problem in society is far leftism. Because that far rightism isn't really that big an issue right now. And I'm not trying to take away from anyone's personal experience.
I absolutely agree. You're right. Yeah, you have got those. You have got the far right, you've got the BNP and all that, and they're still around, but they have no strength. They have no strength now compared to back in the day. None. Do you know what I mean? They'll have their little protests. You'll have more people coming out to beat them up than them beating anyone up. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And so, that's something I love to see. I love seeing that in society. I do. But you're right. You're 100% right. But the damage that's being done right now is purely the indoctrination of the youth, and like you said earlier, mainly through college levels, mainly through university levels. But it starts at kindergarten. It starts at nursery with these books that they put on, and it starts young, and it gets to the point where, and like you said, the reason these people can't sit down and have a common discourse about it, can't have a discussion about it, is because, like you say, their argument falls down as soon as you start questioning it.
Yeah.
And
it falls apart.
It does. It generally does. And no thing should ever be in power without being questioned. It doesn't matter what it is. Questioning something is a good thing, because if you're in the right to start off with, you should be able to stand up to these questions, and you shouldn't be able to fall apart. If you can fall apart, yes, exactly.
You'd be happy to debate them because you want to teach the people what you believe is right, and you can show them, but they have no evidence for anything that's saying. Look, there's a simple thing, and I don't know if it was me and you who discussed this before. The generation that went through the world wars were a very tough, hardcore generation. They fought hard and they worked hard. The next generation had to work hard to rebuild our country, right? The next generation had it a bit easier. They still had to work hard, but their parents had worked hard and managed to make it a bit easier. The generation after that becomes really quite lax and easy and all that lot. And the generation we're raising now is pathetic, weak, and don't want to work and feel entitled to everything. Yes, what will happen is the system will break down with this weak generation as it grows up, and we will have very hard, tough times again. And the next generation after that will have to be the tough ones. And it is a cycle that continues again and again and again through generations, from tough to entitled and weak, back to tough, all the way down again.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're 100% right, and you can see it happening. And you are right about the youth being just so entitled these days. Even when I was young, if I had friends that got, they were spoiled and got anything they wanted. There's been people like that in every single generation. They're the outliers. But when I was young, the things that you had to work for, I couldn't just go up and ask for, can I have that? Can I have this? If I wanted something, I had to work for mum and dad to get it. It's and nowadays, you get people that they think they can just stroll out of school and get a really good paying job, and they should be entitled to it. And it doesn't work like that. You've got to earn your way in society to get that. It's okay looking at the last generation, looking at all the stuff they've had, but they've lived an entire generation longer than you to build it up. Now there's arguments against that, such as the housing price now, and I do understand now, but if you look at the ratio of housing price now compared to what it was to buy a house 30, 40, 50 years ago, the game has changed. It really has. But on the other side of things, you've got to look at how people live these days compared to, just 50 years ago. People didn't even have a single telly in the house.
The young generation now would not survive if they lived 50 years ago or 100 years ago or anything like that. They would not survive. I mean, Silverpunk has summed up exactly what I said, and I've heard this saying before. Hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. That is the circle of generational education and the way it goes. It's absolutely true. Absolutely true. Yeah. But 100%. You're correct. You are correct. There are harder things for the young generation now, like surviving, even just paying for stuff. The wages have not gone up equally with the cost of housing, food, or anything else. And it is an absolute nightmare for them. So in that way, yes, I agree. But then do we fight and struggle and develop ourselves and all that to make it easier, or do we just go, oh well, I can't cope, I need help,
Yeah,
someone help
exactly.
me?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think there's too much crutch in society these days. You know, like there's too many dig outs for people. You know what I mean? It's like, whereas relations should be like you say, dig down. You know, work hard, do what you need to do to get that job. That's what people.
Yeah.
That's what the last generation did. You know, they weren't all born into money. You know, a lot of them were born into poverty. You know, and they had to work really damn hard. I remember growing up in the 80s. I was one of 4 children, and my mum and dad struggled so. I never saw it as a kid, but you know, when I look back now, times like Christmas and stuff like that, you know, it amazes me what I was able to wake up to Christmas, because I now realise what my mum and dad had to go through to put those presents under the tree every year, and you don't realise it when you're young, do you? But you know, my dad, when he was younger, he was a plumber for the council. And I remember, like, nearly every single night, he'd come home from work, he'd have his tea, and then the very first thing he'd do is ring up he had to ring up this number and log in for what's the word, when you're not on call. He used to have to go on call every single night, where he could have got woke up at 2 o'clock in the morning to go out and fix a bus pipe. Literally every single day, and he had to do that to bring the money in. You know, there was no. There was no attitude of, oh well, it's, you know, it's not fair, and you know, we mollycoddle society too much these days. Is the point I'm making?
Absolutely.
You know, and it's
I left home at 15 years old. I had my first job at 12 years old. It was only a little job. I left home at 15 years old, and I was sleeping on the street.
Yeah,
literally sleeping on the street. And I had to kill myself and work and do all sorts to survive and to get to where I am now.
Yeah.
But I don't know if some of the kids now would be able to do that. I mean, it's tough. Don't get me wrong, it's tough for them out there. I'm not taking that away from them. But have they got the fight in them to do it?
No.
Do you know what I mean? Have they got that fight?
No, and a lot of now. Don't get me wrong. Obviously, there's a lot of good young people out there, and we're not talking about everyone. We're talking about, you know, generally speaking. And I don't think there's enough people with the fight in there, you know, to dig down and say, you know, it's my responsibility to get these things in my life. Nobody else's. It's nobody else's responsibility.
Exactly.
To make sure I get the things that I want. You know, that is down to each and every individual, and it is, you know, it gets, the thing is, it gets harder, you know. In some respects it gets harder, some respects it gets, you know, it's easier because, you know, there's a lot more support nowadays for people. But on the other side of things, you know, employment, it can be very difficult, you know. Jobs that were great jobs 20 years ago maybe don't pay as well now. You know, it's the competition's a lot higher for certain jobs, and one of the reasons for that is going back to what we were talking about earlier with AI, etc. Is, you know, and it brings us right back round to the UBI. And, you know, what is going to happen about UBI, Universal Basic Income, because we're going to keep losing entire industries, because they'll be automated and they'll be, you know, mechanicalized or run through AI, and people just won't be needed. So, and that's why I truly feel, now I'm not a huge fan of universal basic income. Like yourself, I think, you know, people should go out, work, and the harder people work, the more they should get rewarded in life. But I don't see any other solution other than UBI in 10 years, 20 years time, because, you know, we've already lost so many industries to automated services. It's going to keep getting worse and worse and worse, and there's just not going to be jobs out there for people. And at that point, I don't know what other system there could possibly be.
So this is exactly the point then, brother. Why are they indoctrinating our kids now to be dependent, to be weak, and all the rest of it? Because they want people, when the system has to change, to accept it. Yeah. And the way they're going to accept it is because there's going to be problems, hardship, all sorts of disparities in the world and they're going to say, look, we can offer you this, we can offer you CBDCs, UBIs, and everyone's going to put their hands out and go, yes, please, we need help. That's what it is. Weaken us to the point that we are reliant on the government, and we will follow what they say.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. I agree with that, and I think that's, you know, I said when we were talking about earlier, I said it then. They want us to be dependent on them. It's 100% what they want. You know, I generally see the world going down the route of 1984. You know, the George Orwell story, and where everybody's, you know, there's no emotion anymore. You know, literally people are controlled by the system, by the government, and I think that's the way they want it to be. They want people to, you know, they'll use UBI. You know, people will go where they're told to go when they're told to go. You know, I'm completely against that. You know, I'm all about freedoms and you know, personal expression. I'm an adventurous kind of guy. You know, I like to go up in the Peak District with my climbing gear and just do some abseiling or rappelling, and you know, that's dangerous. It's the kind of thing that they'll stop people doing because, you know, X, Y, and Z went out and did it one time, and they didn't know what we were doing, and we fell to the death. So now we're banning it for everyone, you know. And you know, I'm not a fan of that.
Oh, we've seen that going on so much anyway.
Yeah.
You know, everything's been monopolled, wrapped in cotton wool. Do you know what I mean? And just, it's just, I don't know.
Yeah.
Just makes me laugh.
Yeah.
Write 100 pieces of paper for the health and safety of taking 10 steps towards the stage. You know what I mean? It's like, come on.
Yeah.
Like, really.
Yeah. Yeah, like Mix just said, it sounds like Equilibrium, 100%. Have you ever seen that film?
I have.
Good
I can't
film.
remember exactly what it was, but
it's got.
I mean, Lucas said, Cobra, it all adds up to one big plan, and ain't it mad when you finally see it? It's almost in plain sight. Yeah, absolutely right. But this is it. People are so wrapped up in their lives that they don't put this all together. And again, this is where these sort of conversations. You know, we thrash it out, we bring it out, and we discuss it all. Yeah. You know, so great.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, and we need more stuff like that. We really do, because, you know, it's like when it gets to a point that people are too afraid to talk about things, that they keep the gob shut, then the battle's been lost, hasn't it? You know, we need people out there who are willing to put themselves on the line a little bit and discuss these things, because if not, you know, same as say the battle's lost. It will just happen, and there's so many examples of this kind of thing happening all over the world. It's like you said, it's like we said in the comment. It near enough is in plain sight. And that's what infuriates me the most. It's so plain to see, but this cancel culture that's been developed now has got people where they're just too afraid to stand against it. And that is literally, that's basically how the Nazis worked. You know, because there was so...
But there are people starting to stand up against it. Ben Shapiro.
Jordan Peterson.
What's his name? Yeah,
he's one of my favourites. I really like Jordan Peterson, and I think I think he's a great example, because look at what's happened to Jordan Peterson, and the guy has done. You know, and if anyone doesn't know who Jordan Peterson is, basically, he helps men. You know, he reaches out to men in society these days who feel, because it can be very difficult to be a man in modern day society, especially with everything that's going off now, whereas, you know, traditional values of what it is to be a man is now being put into question, and you hear about toxic masculinity all the time, and, you know, you get
misogyny, patriarchy.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's like everything we do is terrible, and we are terrible creatures, and we don't need men and all the rest. But that's backfiring now. It's starting to backfire on people. Do you know what I mean? It's a load of rubbish. You know, men have put in so much effort into the world. Everything we use, everything we do, the maintenance of everything that we have, electricity and plumbing and sewers and everything is done by man. Do you know what I mean? So have some respect. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And not everything is misogynistic and patriarchal. I mean, we had 70 years of a female queen. Yeah. We had Margaret Thatcher as a female prime minister. Stop going on with this patriarchy and misogyny and all that. It's just rubbish.
Yeah, no, it is. And it's like Silverpunk said, I think one of the main problems is this anti-masculinity thing. I think over the years, this has weakened society across the board. I absolutely agree with that. I really do.
There's that. And now the mixed gender, so you're not even a male or a female.
Yeah.
They're just trying to break down the strength of the men again, so when they want to do what they want to do, it's just easy. There's not going to be any resistance.
Yeah.
If they tried to do what they're trying to do, say, 50 years ago, there'd be riots, there'd be all sorts. Can you imagine the younger generation in 10, 20 years when they want to make some major changes, which isn't really good for the normal general public? No one's going to stand up to them.
Exactly. There's
not going to be any force to stand up.
Darth Precious Metals just let us know he's heading back to work. So thank you so much for joining us, Darth, mate.
Hello, brother.
You take care of yourself, and we'll speak to you soon. But I mean, you're so right, mate. You are so right in what you're saying. I mean, the thing that really annoys me about it is, I do believe that women have had it rough in the past. 100 years ago, they couldn't vote. They weren't allowed to work. They were expected to stay at home and raise the children. Fair enough. I accept all that. But what I hate to see is, just because that has stopped happening as much, now it seems it's not equaled out. It's kind of role reversed. You know what I mean? Instead of us being equal rights in society, because, we're not all equal. We're not all equal. If we were all equal, I'd be... Yeah, absolutely. If we were equal, I'd be as smart as Elon Musk, and I'd be as fast as Usain Bolt. And I'm not. I'm neither of those things, because we're all unique. We're all individuals. We all have our own different strengths and weaknesses. But one thing I do love is that we all have equal rights under the law. And I think that's fantastic. But it just seems to be now that we're going in the opposite direction, but just flipping the roles around. And now, if you're a man, you're a criminal, and you're a villain, and you're all these things. And,
Yeah, but the one thing you said there, bro, which I slightly disagree with, was you turned around and said, women had it hard 100 years ago. And in some ways they did. But you said they were expected to stay home and take care of the kids. Really? Was that such a bad thing, bro?
No, I don't think it is.
I'm not being funny. The men went out and worked, and they earned the money, and they brought it in, and they kept the family. And the women raised the children to be decent, good people with the father in the home.
Yeah.
Well, now we've got the girls going out and doing OnlyFans. Do you know what I mean? And no respect for the kids, and single parenthood, and fathers leaving left, right, and centre. Our whole system is breaking down.
Yeah.
So to me, I don't think it was that bad. That we had a sort of family unit.
No, the only thing that was bad about it is that women couldn't go out and get the jobs if they chose to do so. Say you had a single woman who didn't have kids, etc. They wouldn't have been able to go out and get the same kind of job as a man could. I absolutely agree with you that the traditional family is the best way to do it. There's a lot more structure. There's I don't think there's anything wrong with staying at home and supporting the family. One thing I don't think is wrong is if that role gets reversed either, and you have a stay-at-home dad and a mum who's going out and working. I think that's fine.
Exactly. At least you've still got the family unit.
Yeah.
And if that's the way it works better for you, then that's fine.
Yeah.
But to say, I mean, look, I think women are much more nurturing and caring towards children than men, just in general. In general,
yeah.
Right? In general. And so, I don't think there was any harm. And now a lot of women who have gone down this other path are calling out for that and saying, well, actually, I don't want to go out and work and do all this stuff. I want to be at home and take care of the family.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? But unfortunately, also the other side of it, with taxation so high and inflation so high and all that, is that you need both people going out and working.
That's true.
And so that's a pity of it, but that's a fact of life as well. A lot of people, both people, have to go out and work. But I mean, I would rather a solid unit of a family raising your kids properly. And then again, society has broken down everything now. The old Bill used to give you a slap and drag you home if you did something wrong outside, and then your dad would give you a beating.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about abuse. I'm talking about a slap or a beating, right?
Yeah.
And at school, you'd get the cane. But we had respect.
Yes.
We had respect for our elders. We had respect for the way we swore when we were in our little group. We didn't swear in front of our elders. all of that has gone out the
has,
window.
yeah, it has.
There's no respect. There's nothing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the whole system is being broken down.
No, it has, and you know, these things that made societies great have now just been lost. And I agree with you what you said. You know, I think the family unit is the best way. I do think that. I think whichever way round it is, you know, if you've got somebody at home taking care of the kids and you know, holding that family together, it's a very important part of the family unit. You're completely right in what you're saying about nowadays, you know, it's harder and harder to physically do that. Most of the times you need both parents out there working just to make enough to run the family household. But I absolutely agree, you know, that there was nothing wrong with men being men and women being women. There was nothing wrong with that, and you know, it's this new notion of, well, there is something wrong with that. If you're a woman and you just want to stay at home and raise kids and be the wife, then you are the problem, and I'm completely against that.
Yeah, look, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
you're feeding the patriarchy.
Yeah,
I mean, behave.
Yeah, exactly. It's you know, it's like. Yeah, exactly, and you know, I think I've spoke to you about this before. When I've worked in offices for many years, and pretty much all of my managers and my bosses were all women. So it's not like it was, you know, back then when women couldn't achieve and women couldn't go out and be successful in work. You know, they already can do, and you know, obviously, again. You know, there's going to be there's sexist people out there. Of course, there's sexist people out there, and there's a lot of people with personal stories who have been affected by these things, and that's always going to be the case. But you know, you've got to be honest, and in at least these certain ways, society has improved so much in the last 50 years in you know, intolerances. It's just that it's becoming intolerant again to certain people who aren't on a certain list. If you're not saying certain things, then there's no tolerance for you, if you know what I mean. Like, if you say anything against, you know, what we were talking about earlier about trans people's rights, you know, I'm not trying to take rights away from trans people. I just don't want to see men in female changing rooms. I don't think that's right. And I think if anyone really sat down and took emotion out of the equation and talked about things, you know, logically speaking, I think most people would realise that that's not really, you know, it's not the way to do things, is it? No.
But there you go. I mean, that's the thing, brother. You know, we have these chats, and there may be people in our audience today who think, yeah, he's a complete arsehole for saying all this, but that's how I feel, and I'm not going to hide it. And that's that, really.
Yeah, and if there is anyone out there who has that feeling, I would encourage you to let me know. Come on and have a chat about it, but not an argument.
Yeah, have a debate.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to debate these things. I'm more than happy to listen to what other people have got to say. One thing that touched me years ago, I was taught that there's literally no value in winning an argument. So you win an argument, you've not valued your life in any way. You've repeated something you already knew. You already knew it, so you've not gained any value. But there's value in losing an argument, because if you lose an argument, you've learned something. You've learned you were doing something wrong, and you can go on and do it better going forward. So I'm never afraid to debate this kind of stuff. If anyone does want to come on and have a chat about it, as long as it can be a civil debate and it's not going to descend into madness, then I'm all for that. I mean, obviously, we're not trying to insult anybody. We're not trying to upset anybody. These are just our honest opinions. And, you know, I love the fact that you've come on and spoken so openly about this stuff, mate. I think it's fantastic. And I generally cannot wait to watch more of it tomorrow night on the brand new the what channel? The what podcast?
The what podcast.
The what podcast.
So it's the and then W.O.T. podcast.
Yeah. Oh, Ray's just put free speech is still allowed for now, and that's well, it's one.
Yeah, he's right.
Well, it's not though. This is one thing we've actually got to accept. We haven't had free speech in the UK for some time now. There's certain words you can say that can end you up in prison. You know, if you send the wrong thing.
Yeah, I mean, no, free speech is still there. If you follow the leftist side or you go along with it, then we allow free speech to be ruined. But right now, I'll go to prison. If there's something I'm not supposed to say, don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about stupid swear words or or derogatory things like that. But I am going to speak freely, and if that gets me in trouble, my views are full of morals, full of decency, and full of love. Do you know what I mean? I've got a very strong thing with morals and truth.
Yeah.
So I will speak truthfully, and I will speak from a place of good morality. And if people don't like that, then I will take the consequences of that.
But that's not free speech, though. The fact that you could potentially have consequences just for saying something is imposed speech. You know, there's certain things you're not allowed to say.
Yeah.
And I know, I get where you're coming from, and I absolutely agree. I think, you know, everything you do say is based in morals. I think you've got a fantastic moral compass. You know, I don't disagree with pretty much everything you say anyway, just because I think, you know, you're a level-headed guy. You don't just talk about things you know nothing about. You know, you talk about things you've experienced or researched. You know, and I'm sure that, you know, I don't think there's anything you could say that would end you up in prison, if you know what I mean. But to have true free speech means you can say whatever you want, and you know, you have the right to free speech. Like in America, we have is it the Second Amendment for free speech, or is it the First Amendment? I can't remember.
Yeah.
But so they have protected free speech in America. Over here, how many times have you seen things on Facebook or on YouTube where someone opens the door because the police have been knocking on them because of a comment they put on Facebook? You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Well, I think Kimchi summed it up on that one, though. Stay off social media. It's a better life. He's right.
No, he is.
Social media has ruined.
Yeah, it has. I think social media has played a big part in getting society to where it is now with the cancel culture and things like that. Yeah. You know, I've said it for years.
Well, absolutely. I mean, the thing is, when mobile phones came out and Facebook and all the rest of it, people stopped living their real life and started living other people's lives. Yeah. They would watch what other people were doing on social media, which was lies, and half of it was just made up for social media. And they would start following that and wondering why they haven't got what they've got. And so social media ruins you. Yeah. Live your life, make your life, work hard, do what you got to do, and keep the people around you safe and happy. Yeah. Right? Well, social media will take that all away.
Yes.
Even friendships and connections and all that lot are all through social media. Do you know what? I have got hundreds of people on Facebook, right? And they all add you. Oh, you meet them once, add Facebook. I don't know half of them. Yeah. And if I met them in the street, I'd never see them again. Yeah. I'd never know who it was.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there, mate. Yeah. I have said it for years. I saw this years ago. And I saw the pattern, you know, the fact that people weren't posting their real life. You know, it was all through rose-tinted glasses. And I saw certain people not realise that. And I saw people get really, really depressed because of what we were seeing on social media. And it made them think that their life was abnormal. And everybody else has, and it's also what leads to all this entitlement in the young these days as well, because they see so much social media, so many people saying, well, this is what I've got, and they make it look normal, they make it look like everyone should have it, and it's all, you know, the only thing I disagree with what you just said is you said half of it is all fake. I think it's more like 85% is all, you know, is all fake, and it is, you know, it's you know, nobody goes on social media. Well, some people do, but most people don't go on social media to talk about how many bad things we've dealt with that day, and you know, they go on to make themselves look better, to be part of the crowd. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy, and I completely agree. It really has gone a long way to ruining society. Like you said, people aren't out anymore, you know, interacting, having conversations, doing things, networking. You know, they're all at home. How many times have you sat at a dinner table and someone's actually been there the whole time, just on the phone, and you're like,
you know? I've seen it going out to the restaurant with the missus, and a table next to us, there'll be a couple there, and both of them on their phones, and I think, wow, really? Average stacker says Cobra sounds like he's in the EDL, English Defence League. Yeah, far from it, average. Not at all. Yeah. But some of my points.
Let me
maybe,
just. But that kind of feeds into what I've been saying. The fact that we've spoken openly about things makes you sound like you're in the EDL, and
does it?
No, it doesn't. And. I get where average is coming from, but knowing you, and knowing the context in what you've said to everything you said today, not at all. I mean, if anything, you'd be at the front of the picket line against the EDL. Do you know what I mean? I know that from you as a person, absolutely.
Yeah.
But it does show, doesn't it, that you have to say is a couple of certain things, and it gets you pigeonholed into you know what I mean. I'm not saying that's what average was doing, but it just it leads on nicely to what I've said previously, and I think that is one of the big problems. Like we've both said, discourse should be encouraged far more. It really should be, and I think this what CPM's doing, I think, is a fantastic thing. I'm hoping he'll have me over for one of the podcasts sometime. I said I've let him.
I know he will.
Yeah,
I know he will.
Well, I've let him know. I would think it would be fantastic to be a guest on somebody else's channel and not have to worry about running the live stream. So I'm completely up for being on as soon as he can. We can't. Numis, I don't think we have a link yet. Has he created the channel?
He has. I don't know how to do that. The page is created, and you could put a link up, but it's literally. I'm just typing out. Literally, type this into YouTube, and that will take you to the channel. Just join the channel, and our first one will be coming out tomorrow. We have got some previous ones that previous discussions we did, which are on the channel now. But the first actual recording was done today.
Is it a sepia picture with two camels and an Arabian looking guy? Right.
Yes, that's the one.
I'm on the link, guys. The link will be
amazing. There you go. The link's coming up now, and you'll be able to jump on there.
There we go. That should come up now, hopefully, if that's come through all right. Come on. No, why am I not seeing that?
There you go.
Oh, no, it's just...
There's the link, guys.
There you go.
There, join that now, and then you'll be able to... you can listen to some of the more recent discussions, even the ones from the last couple of weeks with myself, Caramel, and CPM are brilliant. But tomorrow's one is really quite a special one as well. But have a listen to some of the others. They're really good. They really go into everything, including finance and all that. And Camel Finance is a expert in gold, silver, stocks, crypto, all that sort of stuff. They come up in the conversation as well. So yeah, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, fantastic. I've just you've just got a sub from me. I've just subbed to the channel, so
Thank you.
I'm looking forward to seeing big things come out of that, because I think I'm really behind everything you're standing for with it. The open discussion, the open discourse. I think it's fantastic. I think you've got three brilliant people behind it: CPM, yourself, and Camel. I think it's going to do really well, mate.
It's a great. The three of us together is absolutely brilliant, and we don't agree with each other on everything. So it's not that we're all just sitting here going, "Yeah, it's all crap, it's all this." There are things that we don't agree on, but those conversations are so deep and so good. It's just brilliant. It's really good.
Yeah. No, I think that's. I love being able to see people thrash things out in a discussion and it not descending to an argument. I think I'm behind that 100%. So I'm really excited to see these discussions and see the different the different sides to it, mate. So what time is there going to be a usual time for the videos to drop at all, or?
It normally drops them about 2:00.
Cool.
So yeah, you should be on there by 2, late 3:00. Thank you,
Awesome.
Average. Thank you for jumping on there and subscribing. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. Have a listen to the last 2 or 3 things up there. You'll really enjoy them.
Awesome. Cool. Right. So, is there anything a little bit weird and wonderful you want to discuss before we end things up? There's one thing I've always wanted to discuss with you, because I think you're quite interesting to it, and it's becoming more and more interesting to me, and it's Nibiru and the Anunnaki and the Nephilim.
Right. Okay. So Nibiru is said to be a planet which orbits two suns in a figure of eight formation. And because obviously it leaves the heat of each sun to such an extent, there is a race that lives on the inside of the planet, so not on the outer, and they have heat generated within that. Now, how the theory goes is that many thousands of years ago, it passed Earth, and that race came down to Earth and mixed their DNA with that of ape to create the human race as a slave race to mine the planet for its minerals and stuff.
Predominantly
and
gold.
Then as it moved, eh?
Predominantly the gold, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, gold or other minerals or wherever it may have been, I'm not too sure about that. But as that planet moved off then, and it's been thousands of years or whatever, man came out of that slavery and has developed the way it has developed. And obviously that planet will come round again and so on and so forth. So this is another sort of theory out there about the development of the human race, and are we really indigenous to this planet totally, or was it something to do with that? And then you look at stuff like the Egyptian hieroglyphics and many the Mesopotamian texts, the mapping of the world by the Mesopotamians, which could only have been done from space. It could not have been done from the Earth. And you can start putting things together in that way and looking at that theory. Now, it's a theory, and I am not sitting here saying, yeah, that's what happened, not by any means. But there are so many different things, and it's the hieroglyphics that give us clues into these sort of things. And so, yeah, that's where Nibiru comes in. Or Planet X. If you look it up on the Planet Nibiru.
Yeah, I mean, with the Planet X, there's two ways to look at Planet X. One way is Nibiru, and the other way is a Planet X, but it's not Nibiru. It's just because science is becoming, and this is where I stand. I think there's some truth to it. I think the stories have all been blown out of proportion over the thousands of years, but I think there's some kind of truth to it. Science now says that there is a ninth planet in the solar system, aka Planet X. They know that because of gravitational pulls that it has on other celestial bodies, such as other planets in our solar system.
Same way Pluto had.
Sorry?
Same way Pluto had. Or Neptune.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. It's how they discovered the planets in the solar system. Yeah. They discovered Pluto because they were looking for Planet X.
Yeah.
They then discovered Pluto, classified it as a planet, realised how ridiculously small it is. It's not a planet, so it was reclassified. But they still know that there's something out there because of the effect it has gravitationally on other planets. So. One part of the story, the fact that there's a ninth planet in the solar system, well, that's more likely to be true than not. And mainstream science says it's more likely to be true than not. We are constantly looking for that additional planet in the solar system. We just haven't found it yet. So there's stuff like that. Yeah, hold on. I think there's some truth to it, even if the truth is just that there's that additional planet out there. The version of the story I heard wasn't that they were subterranean. It's that the planet was it was subject to runaway greenhouse gas effect or runaway climate change, and it became so hot. They came up with a way to reduce the greenhouse effect by putting gold particles into the atmosphere, which would basically another thing which is completely true is if you did put gold, like a fine layer of gold in the orbit of the planet, it would cool the planet down because it would allow light rays to pass through it, but not harmful UV rays. And that's why gold is used on the visors for astronauts. It's the exact reason, because it blocks harmful rays but allows the light rays to pass through, so you can see, but you're not getting, radiation poisoning, etc. So that's another thing there. But hold on, okay, there's science behind that. I think the main story is the Anunnaki were the race that lived on that planet. They integrated and mated with humanoids on Earth, which led to the Nephilim, which was supposed to be giants. And there's a lot of really cool stories to it. Whether or not you believe it or not, there's some really cool stories.
Yeah,
to
it. I mean, when we start saying that they mated with us and all that lot, it's very hard for two different species totally to mate and create something.
It is.
So I can't really associate. I can't agree with that.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but also if they're technologically advanced enough, to travel to our planet, who knows? They may have some way of breaking down the genome to make different.
Yeah, but would
animals.
they mate with us, or would they just mix our DNA?
No, I think it would probably be. It would probably, and this is, if that was to actually happen, that's probably a example of the story getting twisted over time. And I think you're right. I think it would be more likely to have been done in a laboratory. I don't think it would have actually been mating. It would have been scientists messing with DNA. I absolutely agree with that. But if you had a society at the time who didn't understand that, is it possible that the story could have got told that they mated with people, because it got lost in translation or anything like that? And it's something that's really is getting me really interested. I've mentioned a channel called the Y-Files on the channel loads over these stat chats, but they did a video on Nibiru and the Anunnaki. And I thought it really was interesting, because the time they put, and the other thing is this Planet X, it rotates around the sun. I think it's believed to be once every 30,000 years or something, which is one of the problems, and why it takes, because it's so far out, it takes so long to orbit the sun. That's why we can't find it, because we think of our solar system and we think of being able to see anything in the solar system, but the truth of the matter is the solar system is so vast. We don't know what's on the edge of the solar system. We know certain things that are there, but we are really limited when it comes to finding planets and things like that. We basically, you've got to look for stars that are there dimming, and that suggests that it's dimmed because something's come in front of it, and that's how we discover things like exoplanets and additional planets in our solar system, etc. So it's something.
I agree with that. I think if you have something orbiting our sun, and it takes 30,000 years to orbit our sun, it would be so far out it wouldn't have a gravitational effect on our planets. So
well, it would.
It sort of puts me off on certain. The thing is, look, the possibility is there of all of these sort of things, whether it be Nibiru, Planet X, or anything like that. The possibilities are there, but we have no evidence, and that's the problem.
But that's the thing. But there's evidence that there's a planet there. There's no evidence that it's inhabited or anything like that. But mainstream science does say that there is a planet there. We just haven't found it yet.
Right.
Because it does. The planets do have an effect on the orbit. It may only be a very slight effect, but they've noticed
something orbiting the sun at 30,000 years in orbit would be massively far out, brother.
It would, but not far out that. Yes, but what would happen is at certain times it would be closer and further away from certain objects in the solar system, and they have noticed a gravitational pull, I think, on Uranus, which is it does suggest that there's an additional body out there. I'm not an astrophysicist, so I couldn't give you all the finer details of it. But there is definitely evidence, and science does believe that there is definitely an additional planet out there. We haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I
get what you're saying.
I'm not disputing that. I don't think it would be a 30,000 year orbit. I think that would be way too far out. And remember that over distance, gravity loses its power. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
And we can work out exactly what the distance would be to have a certain effect. So we know that how much effect the sun, say, has on the moon compared to Earth having on the moon, and why we are holding it in our orbit. So, when the only thing in what you said that sticks on me is that 30,000 year orbit. I think that's
that is speculative. That's 100% speculative. I don't hold on to the 30,000. That's there's no evidence to suggest that. That's what certain people have suggested in the past. But the 30,000 year orbit, that is absolutely speculative. So that could be wrong. It could be wrong. It would be a very large orbit. It would be, because I think even things like Saturn, etc. The planets we know about that are on the outsteps of the solar system. They have much longer orbits.
Of course they do. But how many years? We should know that. We should be able to find that out. I can't type it in to look at that at the moment. But
1 second.
I think if you find out, you'd find that it's nowhere near. Like, if we're talking about, let's say, an orbit of 50 years with our furthest planet, that would show you the sort of distances we're talking. 30,000 would be way out, and the gravitational pull would have no effect on it.
Neptune does 165 years.
Okay. 165. And that's our furthest planet out. Now go 30,000 years.
Yeah, but it would be a lot further out. Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
I see your point. I absolutely see your point, and I get what you're saying. Being out, the further out it is, the weaker gravitational pull the sun will have on it. So it'll be it'll take a lot longer for it to go round. But again, don't get caught up on 30,000. I mean, we don't know. We've not discovered the planet. Until we discover the planet, we won't know exactly how long it takes to orbit. It may be 500 years. I would say, based on Neptune being 165 years, that probably
would be more realistic.
Yeah, it would be more realistic. Absolutely. So again, the 30,000 years. That's something that I've heard in the conspiracy. That's not from mainstream science at all. But mainstream science definitely do say that there is definitely a planet out there. We just need to find it. Yeah, absolutely. And that's what I mean. Like, when I say I think there's a lot. At least some of it is based in truth, and I think a lot of it's like the whole, like you say, the Anunnaki mating with people. I think a lot of that's probably
it's speculation on those sort of things. Yeah. And this is the thing, brother. There's truths. There's truths to certain things, and then we all sort of add bits to it, and then the stories go around. It's like Chinese whispers, and it all becomes something.
I
mean, it's all possibilities, without a doubt. It's all possibilities, but there's no guarantee to it. I mean, we could have just developed from ape ourselves, and anyone who's very religious will dispute that fanatically. But our DNA is 99% close to very many apes, and one of the theories out there was the theory of evolution and all that lot, which some people say has been debunked as well. But the theory of evolution was when something evolves into something else, the one it evolved from will die out. Now then people say, well, why hasn't ape died out totally? Well, the reason for that is there are many types of ape. So we would have developed from one type of ape, and that one type of ape may have died out. That doesn't mean the other apes all have to die out. So I mean, there's so many sides to it.
Yeah, and I would personally argue that, and before I go into it further, Darwinism is vastly flawed. It's vastly flawed. Even Charles Darwin recognised how flawed his theory of evolution was. He, in his own books, he published that given enough time, a caterpillar could turn into a whale, and he later on retracted that because evolution has to stick to certain.
There are categories within creatures. Yeah, there is.
Yes, 100%. But
there are categories.
With the orbit, it's actually 20,000, but the predicted orbit is about 20 times further from our sun on average than Neptune. which orbits the sun at an average distance of 2.8 billion miles. Therefore, it would take this new planet between 10,000 and 20,000 years to make just one full orbit of around the sun, where Neptune completes an orbit roughly every 165 years.
Yeah, so that's very, very far out, which is no wonder
Yeah.
they're finding so much difficulty in finding it, because space is so
absolutely.
vast. And what direction is it orbiting in? You know what I mean? Compared to everything else. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be very hard to find.
Yeah, and that's interesting because you've got things like, I'm sure it's Uranus has a sideways orbit, which suggests that something at some point has hit into it so hard that it's actually knocked it like 90 degrees on its orbit, whereas everything, all the other planets in our solar system orbits kind of as if it was stood up to the sun. That one orbits the other way around, you know. So it's it really is, it's so difficult to see what is at that far out in space. I think they're going to find it one day. I truly believe they will find an additional planet in our solar system one day. I don't know when it's going to be. It would be so cool if it could be something that happens in my lifetime. But who knows, because we've been looking for it since the 1800s, haven't we? It's been and same as to say, that's how they initially found Pluto. Is the fact that we were looking, they were running the numbers. They could see that something was not right. Certain planets weren't orbiting how they would do, given the planets we have in the solar system, and that's what led them to start looking into it. So it would be super cool if we could find that next planet in the solar system, and who knows, it could be more out there after that, couldn't there? You know what I mean? Like, and this is why I think we need to be doing a lot more research in space than we are at the moment. I don't think we're doing anywhere near enough. It's taking people like Elon Musk to try and get us to Mars, when really, should that not be something that NASA's been trying to do for the last 20 years?
Yeah, no doubt. But I mean, do you know we know more about space than we do about our oceans?
That is getting less and less. When I was a kid, it was like something like we knew we'd only discovered like something like 5% of the ocean. There has been a lot of work done over the last few decades, but you're right, we do. Well, it's hard to say, isn't it? I know, it's more of a rule of thumb, because we don't know what we don't know about space, so we don't know how much we don't know about each one. But yeah, you're right. We know, we've looked into more outer space than we have in our own oceans, and I think that we should.
And again, it's our limitations on technology about getting to Mars and all that lot. And keeping man alive for that trip, and to actually land on there. But we've had lunar buggies and Mars.
But have we?
Well, then we're going into a whole different debate about can we even get through our own outer rings and all that lot, or whatever it is.
Yeah, Van Allen belt.
The belt or whatever.
Yeah.
Did we even go to the moon? That's a whole nother debate.
Isn't it, just? It really is.
And then we can talk about flat Earth, and then we can say, well, there's none of it out there. You know what I mean? But flat Earth is just a joke anyway. The actual whole thought process behind that has been debunked in so many ways. It's a money-making thing for the main people on the flat Earth thing. So
I'm with flat Earth, and I like to have a joke about it, but for me it's been debunked so many times.
It's rubbish. It's absolute rubbish. Every piece of evidence points to a globe Earth, and the flat earthers will not accept anything, even though they're proved wrong, and they've proved themselves wrong.
Yes, many a time.
They don't know. We need to experiment more.
Yeah, and this is one thing. Like, I've seen so many proofs that the Earth's a globe. So many things like you'll. Yeah. I'll give you a good example. Take two items that are exactly the same height. Right. I'll hold one right here. You drive 200-300 miles away. Hold one where you are. If we measure the shadows. The shadows will be different lengths, and that proves that we're on a curve, not on a flat plane. I've never once seen any definitive proof at all that it's flat.
No, nothing. And you won't.
No,
You won't.
no,
You
no,
absolutely won't.
no, because
You know, and all this thing about an ice wall and we can't go to the South Pole. Yes, we can. You actually can. But they, you know, anything you prove and you say, and then the whole theory of daylight and all that, like there's so many parts of it. You know, their system of the sun and the moon doesn't work at all
yeah,
because it doesn't allow for eclipses.
yeah,
The northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere, you know, and being able to see something from one part of the world and not the other doesn't work on a flat Earth theory. I mean, I could go on and on and on and debunk flat Earth 100 million times. A load of rubbish.
yeah. No, 100%. I mean, what I will pick up on one thing you just said there about the South Pole. You can go to the South Pole. There are very select and few places in the South Pole you can visit. So it's there.
Yes.
I'm not like I'm with you that it's there. I know some people are saying no, you can't go there. It doesn't exist. It does exist. There's places you can go.
Yeah.
But there's something weird going off at the South Pole because there's most of it you can't go to. You know,
look, there are military bases there. There are scientific bases there.
Not
there
many.
Are people working in the South Pole.
Not many though, bro. Not many, mate. There's...
No, but there are. But there are. You can get a cruise to the South Pole. You know what I mean? So, you know, when you say there's something funny going on there, what? Something we don't know, so we just say there's something funny going on.
Well, yeah, because I you know, I don't know what it is that's going off down there. You know, I'm not saying it's aliens. I'm not saying
but
it's.
How does that mean? Yeah, but how does that mean there's something funny? It's like Freemasonry, for instance. People talk about that, and because they don't know what it is or can't understand it, they start making up a load of stuff and conspiracy theories about that. So, you know, anything we don't understand, we fear, and when we fear something, we'll make up stuff about it. You know, if I don't have any evidence of something funny going on down there, I can't say there's something funny going on down there.
No, but what I'm saying is there's the vast majority of the North Pole, the South Pole, you can't go to because of the South Pole Treaty.
Because it's inhospitable. It's just
no, it's not. It's illegal.
just...
No, it's legal.
Eh?
It's not like it's inhospitable. It's downright illegal to go. You can't go. You're not allowed to go. It's not that people can't get there. Like if someone was rich enough and had enough money to put an expedition together, they wouldn't be able to do that.
I don't think that's correct.
No, it is. It is. You have to have permission from one of the treaty signing countries to be allowed to go. Other than certain areas which you can go as a tourist and you can visit, the vast majority.
But there has been expeditions to the South Pole.
There's been
and
certain
planes
ones
have flown over the South Pole.
Over certain areas, but you got to remember it's the size of a continent. It's a huge place, mate.
Yeah, exactly. It's massive.
Yeah,
it's massive.
So it's places. It's the fact that you're not allowed to go that bothers me. You know, that's what makes me think. Well, why are you not allowed to go? Why couldn't somebody who's got the funding to do that? There's people around the world that are rich enough. Why couldn't someone with the funding to do it be able to go out and do it the right way and go and go and explore it and see what is there? Why is it downright illegal to do that? That's what I question. And I agree what you're saying. I know there's bases in the South Pole. You know, there's places where you can go. There's places where you can take a cruise and you can go down on a cruise. But what's happening in the majority of this huge, because the Antarctica is the largest desert on the planet. It's one of the driest environments on the planet purely because it's so cold. Water can't exist. Moisture instantly freezes in the air. So in such a huge place, why is it illegal for you to go to certain places to explore it and document it? And that's what makes me wonder what's happening down there. What's being hidden down there? Why can't people, if they chose to, why can't they go?
Yeah, I'll have to look into that more, I think.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm not. And people say that there's pyramids in Antarctica. People say there's UFOs in Antarctica. That there's a hole that leads to the subterranean. I'm not saying any of that. All I'm saying is, well, yeah, but what is down there? And yeah, and I want to know. I'm just so curious that I would love to know, and it frustrates.
We are curious people.
Yeah, no, exactly, and I'm the kind of person that if I'm ever told I can't do something, it kind of infuriates me. You know what I mean? It's like, well, yeah,
Yeah,
that makes me want to get enough funding to go down and explore the South Pole. Now you're telling me I can't, but yeah, there are some strange things about the South Pole. I think I'm not tying into to some of the more crazier conspiracies about it. It may just be to preserve the natural environment. That's why they say the Antarctic Treaty is there to protect the natural environment. But it's a wasteland mostly. So
yeah,
what
yeah.
exactly are you protecting? It's because who knows what we could find there if we excavated. The South Pole wasn't always frozen. There was a
Oh no, no, no. Obviously, I mean, even the poles have flipped and moved and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, absolutely, and they're moving all the time. So the South Pole wasn't always under ice. And again, this is where I say about the old Mesopotamian thing being able to map the actual ground mass under the ice and all that. So yeah.
yeah, and
Everyone said he reckons I should sell all my gold and go exploring down
yeah,
there.
I think you should take me with you, mate. 100%.
Yeah.
You can send me out on all the dangerous missions. See if I come back all right before we send anyone else out. But no, yeah, absolutely. And I mean, have you ever heard of Operation High Jump?
No. No.
That was strange. That was strange. It was the largest U.S. naval task force in history at the time. It happened just after the Second World War, and they sent, as I say, the largest naval task force in history down to Antarctica. They were supposed to be there for 8 months. They stayed for around 30 days, then called it off. They admitted that there was fatalities and losses occurred whilst they were there, but never they never published how many people died, and it was supposed to be just training exercises. Yet they took the like I say, the largest and most heavily equipped task force ever down there. It stayed for 30 days when they were equipped for the cold weather, and then they came back. And there's been a lot of conspiracies about that. A lot of people say that they found a secret Nazi base down there, or they found aliens down there. I'm not saying any of that happened, but Operation High Jump definitely happened, and there was definitely it was some they didn't give all the information. They withheld some of it back, and it just makes me think, well, I wonder what actually did happen down there, and what caused them to come back so early and things like that. But yeah, there's a few strangeties as it were about the South Pole, but it's like you say,
it goes to show there's so much we don't know.
Yeah.
And this is where a lot of conspiracies come through, where we don't know something. People start making up stories about what they think is going on.
Yeah.
And we are the last to know. We are the dog squaddies.
And that's the danger with all conspiracies. Now, conspiracies are a real thing. Like we know for a fact there's been conspiracies, and news has happened to let us know that something that used to be a conspiracy actually was 100% true. That has happened, but the problem is the waters get so muddy because every man and his dog, especially nowadays when you've got YouTube, like we're questioning it and we're talking about things, but we're not sat here saying, oh yeah, no, that happened, oh yeah, this happened. But you get people online that have got so much conviction, and they tell you, no, this is exactly how it happened. And it really does muddy the water, and and that's why I like to say, as much as I enjoy conspiracies, I take them all with a pinch of salt, because
absolutely, so do I.
You don't know who's
I don't mind discussing them, and talking about them, and debating on them, and agreeing or not agreeing. But do I believe all of them? No, because I'd be stupid.
Yes, absolutely, because everyone's got an agenda, and everyone's got a story to sell. So, yeah, I agree with you there. And one thing you said that's 100% right is there's not a lick of evidence that there is anything dodgy going off in Antarctica.
Yeah.
There's just a lack of evidence all round. But the lack of evidence, I can't remember saying something about the lack of evidence isn't the absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. So, just because there's no evidence there doesn't mean something's not happening. But,
doesn't prove something else.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, great chat tonight. We've just gone past 11 o'clock. So we've
so much for. Look, we're going to finish it at 10 o'clock. We're both tired.
But then we get on to the fun stuff that I love talking to you about, like this kind of stuff. I honestly.
Well, we had some great conversations in the early days when we started all this, and we went live. And I was really looking forward to this. Definitely looking forward, because I knew, where it would lead and what sort of things we could chat about. So it has been. Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
No, it has. It's been a real blast. I just want to apologise that we haven't been up to speed on the chat. It's just been so infusing the conversation we've been having. But we've been having some fantastic comments from everyone in the community tonight, and I just want to say thank you to everyone.
I've been reading something.
Yeah. I've seen most of them. We've not had a chance to respond to all of them, but thank you so much for taking part and having a chat with us all. And Cobra, mate, thank you so much for coming on. We can't leave it as long till next time. We're definitely gonna.
No, absolutely not. I'll be happy to jump on with you whenever you like. Whenever you like. I mean that. But yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure. I've thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. Yeah. And once again, thank you to everyone. John Chum Adventures just said, glad I found your channel, guys. And thank you so much. Now, that means a lot to me. Mick said it's been a classic. I agree with that. I think it has been a classic, mate. Stu said, awesome, crazy one. So guys, thank you so very much, and I'm really glad you've enjoyed the chat tonight. It's been a different one, but I knew it was going to be different when Cobra came on, and that's likewise. That's what I was really looking forward to, and I can't wait to be locked into a live stream with you for another 24 hours, buddy. I really can't, because it's gonna
it'll be great, and we'll organise some real fun stuff like we did last time as well.
We really will.
It'll be massive.
We really will.
Gandalf says, hello, did I miss anything? Yeah, probably everything, Gandalf.
yeah, just a whole chat at this point.
Yeah. I know he's been there in the background. I'm sure he has.
Don't blame me, blame the beer, says True Legend. I love that. Blistering Barnacle says fantastic stream. Blistering, I've still got to get some stuff out to you, mate. I apologise. I need to. Do you know what it is? It's because he's so close. I keep meaning to actually just pop it down to him rather than posting it, and I need to pull my finger out and get it out to him, because he's a great guy. Blistering is, he really is. Where's Future these days? Future's good. I think he's just had a lot going on recently. To be honest with you, I get it completely. I've not had a chance to put any videos up this week. It's just been so hectic, but I still speak to Future.
It's very tough sometimes, isn't it, as a creator?
Yeah.
With life and everything going, it's very hard to keep up with it when you get busy, without a doubt.
Yeah, no, it is, and I said it earlier, but as bad as it gets for me, I just think, how the hell do you do it, Cobra, mate? When things like when you've not been to bed since 9 a.m. yesterday, and you had the auction, and you filmed for the what podcast, and you've come onto the live stream tonight, mate. So my hat goes off to you, buddy.
No, I love it, and I feel quite sad in a way, because I used to put out a lot more videos, like actual content, and because of the auctions and ordering and work and everything else, I'm managing to maybe get a video out a week, like an actual content video. So I'm quite upset with myself for that, and I would like to put, there's so much content I could put out, and I just don't get the time. So I really have to make an effort to try and fit in making a couple of videos here and there as well.
Yeah, because you do great videos, mate. You really do. You've got some fantastic content on your channel. I know a lot of the videos are about the auction these days, which I think is great. I love seeing them. I love seeing the items that you're going to have in the auctions. But I do love the other videos as well. And what about what was the thing you used to do once a week? It was a little bit like a vlog, wasn't it?
The news one.
Yeah. Was there any chance of that coming back?
Yeah, it was a news update of finance and gold price and silver price, and then other creators and what they've been up to and all that lot. And yeah, it was quite good. That was on a Friday night, but now we have the auctions, and again, that just sort of got pushed to the side. It just time.
Yeah, it's definitely something I'd love to see come back on the channel if you ever get a chance to, mate.
I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, that would be cool. I used to love the bit where you used to, used to look at what other creators had done, and it was a bit of, I used to think that was fantastic. I really did. But as much as I could keep talking for hours, I really could. I know you need to get some sleep, buddy. So let's look to close things down so you can get a good night's kip and get on with things again tomorrow, because I bet you've got another packed day full tomorrow, haven't you?
I have.
Yeah.
I have.
What a surprise.
But, I mean, I would like to say a massive thank you to everyone who joined in. I mean, the comments were brilliant, and I'm sorry we couldn't respond to all of them. But great discussion, and a massive thank you to everyone. And please jump over to my channel, Cobra Stacker, have a look at some of the content, join the auctions, and join the What podcast.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, can we get a sneaky last-minute look at the gold dragons? The bars.
We can, of course.
Yeah, that's for true legend.
Of course. So, the first one is the 2020. And the 2020 in silver is, I'm finding very hard to get now, more of them.
Yeah.
But this is the 2020 in gold. Absolutely love that. And there is the obverse. And then here we have the 2023. And so at the moment, what I'll be doing is I'll be collecting every year. So 24 will be coming out soon. I'll get it in gold as well. And then I'm going to try and backtrack and get the others. So I need 18, 19, 21 and 22. And then I will have the full set of gold. And every year I'll buy one more.
Have you... Are you? Do you reckon you'll be getting the 2024 best cars in anytime soon, mate?
As soon as they're released, I will definitely have them. I will get them.
I thought they'd just been released, the best cars. Am I getting that wrong?
2024, have they?
I might be wrong. I thought they'd just...
I don't know. If they have, then I will have a look immediately, and I will get some. If I'm wrong and they have already been released, I will definitely get some.
Yeah. No,
but I haven't been told about that. I didn't really look into it.
Yeah, I was...
You want one, then?
Yeah, I'm going to need one when we come out. You might be right. I was watching someone's YouTube video. Hold on. Star Wars 1 ounce Mandalorian Best Car Bar 2024. So I may be right. Hold on. Let's have a look. Can see the other side. Yeah, 2024. Yeah, it's 2024 is alright, mate.
I will get some, and I will send one your way.
Nice one, buddy. Yeah, nice one. I'm quite like the best guys. You helped me with the. I think you got the 2021s in, didn't you? Which was that was quite.
I did. That was the first year release.
Yeah. That's one I was really worried about getting. So when I got that one, I'm like, I'm just going to keep getting them now when they come out. So I look forward to grabbing one of them off you, mate. That takes one off my.
I will get that.
Takes it off my mind, and I'll let you sort it out. You're far better at sorting silver out than I am.
No, it'd be my pleasure. I'll get that for you, no doubt.
Awesome.
No doubt.
Awesome. Anything you want to say final just before we shut things down?
No, just thank you very much, guys, and really, really, really thank you for all your support. It does mean a lot to all the creators. Comments. Subscribing, all that sort of stuff. It really does mean a lot, because I'm not just speaking for myself, I'm talking about all creators. A lot of work goes into these channels, which you don't see. And then when you've got you guys supporting us, it means everything. It makes it worthwhile.
It does.
So a massive thank you to everyone out there. And guys, listen, in this community, we've got some great people. I've met some really, 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 really good friends. I've seen little bits of politics and all that lot go on, and I keep myself out of it. And I would honestly say to you guys, let's have a beautiful, friendly, helpful community. Keep out of any politics, keep out of any rubbish that goes on, and just let's be like-minded people and enjoy what we do all together.
Very well said, buddy, mate. I couldn't agree with you more there. Yeah, 100%. Keep out the politics, keep things happy, and let's keep doing what we've been doing. And I can't wait to see what the community looks like this time next year. I can remember saying this last
Yeah,
year.
growing.
It really is. It is absolutely fantastic. But saying that, we definitely have rabbled on for long enough now. So we are going to leave you all by saying, until next time, as always, look after each other, keep stacking,